right, you guys ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. It is hot here. Oh my gosh. It was 98 degrees yesterday in Seattle, people. It's like a million degrees everywhere else in the United States. In case you don't know, 98 degrees in Seattle is like a million degrees everywhere else. So, fucking hot here. And we have live feeds going on with, wait a minute, where'd our live feed go? Dang it, what'd I do? What did I do now? Son of a bitch. There's the bear. We got a bear in the house. There's a bear in the house. And he's fishing. Like, come on, jump in my mouth. Just jump in my fucking mouth, okay? That's all I want. For you to jump in my mouth, and I will be good. Just jump in my mouth. Come on, you can do it. Okay, so we got bears in the house, and this is Seattle in the upper left-hand corner, and this other right-hand corner here. I'm pretty sure that's Seattle. It doesn't say on there Seattle, but it sure looks like Seattle. Let's see. And let's see. Oh, and I have a bunch of videos ready for you. And we're working on a live feed for the Democratic National Convention. Although, who cares, right? I mean, it's not a convention. There's not a bunch of people there cheering or booing or actually letting their feelings be known at all, because that worked out so horribly for them in 2016 that they decided, you know what? Let's just call it off and blame it on the Wu flu, right? So why are they blurring this? This should not be blurred right here. It's not like she's grinding in a G-string or something. She's just a little girl in short shorts. That's all. Is the sound okay? Does it sound okay, Craig? Does it look okay? Sound okay? It looks okay? Sound okay? We're good now? Let's see. There is a telephone number if anyone wants to call. The number is 805-669-6397. We are taking phone calls now. If you have anything you'd like to share about the protest, or not the protest, but the Democrats or the Republicans, basically meaning, the people that have led us hand in hand here to this moment in history. Hello, caller.
Mox, the bear makes me feel really stupid and embarrassed.
Well,
if I'm going to have dinner, I have to go out, I have to work a whole week, get a paycheck, get the check, deposit it in the bank, convert it into cash, take the cash out, go pay some guy. He has to go get some guy to get him some chicken. The other guy has to grow the vegetables for a whole year. These guys have working their ass off. We've got millions of people working their ass off so that I can have a goddamn slice of pizza.
I know. I talked about this. Go ahead.
The bear just sits there and says, "Jump into my mouth."
I'm hungry.
Please?
I'm hungry. Feed me. Feed me, nature. I'm hungry.
It's easy, nature. When you fight nature, you end up feeling stupid. And that's the only place it can possibly end. If you fight nature, you're going to end up feeling stupid. And nobody can help you. You're just going to have to go through it.
It's pretty darn stupid to somehow feel like, you're separate from nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And unable to make your own food.
Yeah, so we're completely, this is all programming, and it's not meant to be this way. But I talk about the, at the same time, I liked where we're at as far as food goes, because I mean, you know,
Yeah.
it's we kind of basically live as kings when it comes to that, you know, because 200 years ago, to eat the way that we eat, you know, you would have had to have an army of chefs, you know, who had studied around the world.
Yeah.
You know, we eat Chinese, we eat pizza, we eat Mediterranean,
Yeah.
you know, we eat whatever we feel like,
Yeah.
and that's pretty fucking amazing, you know.
Actually, the biggest decision I have to make if I go to the grocery store and the wine store, because in New York, you know, they sell wine separate. You have to go to a separate store for that. You can't get it in the grocery store.
Yeah.
So when we go to buy wine, the only question you have to ask is, what country would you like it from, and what year, and what type, and you know, you have to answer a lot of questions.
Yeah.
We have all of it.
Right.
We have all of it. We've got 16 different kinds of butter. How
Yeah.
many different kinds of cheese?
Right.
What country would you like your cheese from to go with your wine that you took, you know, from this? It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
How old would you like the cow to be when we take it down and slice it up for you, you know?
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
would
no,
you like
I
it to eat?
we were tripping one night, and we wound up in a Bartell's, you know, like drugstore, you know, not convenience, but like a big drugstore, 24 hours, you know. And we wound up, we were just tripping balls on some good acid, and we wound up in the candy aisle. And it was just like, as far as you could see, there was like every choice of candy, and it was just like, welcome to America, you know. And I was like, you know, it could be worse than this.
Oh, it could be a lot worse than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, tripping balls and going shopping for candy, that's about as good as it gets. So, you know, especially if you're in your underwear. You know, you really want to be in your underwear when you're shopping for candy, tripping on balls in the middle of the night with LSD.
It's better not to bring too much attention to yourself. But yeah.
Well, that's what we keep saying, but we always do. Yeah, you're definitely bringing attention to it. Well, good luck getting out of that one. But okay.
Oh, easy.
I always, you know, whatever. I think the bear makes it look so simple, taking the salmon. And not for nothing, how about that? It's salmon. I'm paying $17 a pound for salmon in New York.
Oh, we getting
That's how much I pay. If I want salmon, I have to pay $17 a pound for a piece of salmon.
Yeah.
And
they pay like $45 a pound here for the good stuff. So you know.
Well, we don't get the good stuff here. I know. No, we don't.
Yeah.
I know that from shrimping down in Louisiana. The Louisiana shrimp.
Yeah.
The best thing they ever did was the IQF process. I was there during that, actually. I missed out on a couple opportunities with that. The IQF process enabled fresher shrimp to come to New York State, but not fresh shrimp. If you want fresh shrimp, you have to go to the coast.
Yeah.
Period in the story. Period in the story.
Yeah, they have pretty good shrimp here too.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, you go.
I didn't know that.
Well, we have the
Washington.
Yeah, you go to the market downtown, you know, in downtown Seattle, the Pike Place Market, and they have really nice fish places there, and you can get like giant prawns, man, like, you know, like 6 or 7 of them weigh a pound. That's the good stuff right there.
That is the good stuff. Yeah, I don't have access to it here. I'm sure you can get it in New York City.
Yeah, you can.
I'm upstate. I'm way upstate.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm in Western New York. We don't have. The only shrimp we get is it's either frozen or served to you in a restaurant. Maybe it's IQF, maybe whatever. But,
Yeah.
you know.
You can even.
But when I was in Louisiana,
you can even.
we buy it from a.
Yeah, go ahead.
When we were in Louisiana, you buy it from a guy on the street corner in a pickup truck, and he's got all these coolers. And the first time I went to Louisiana, I saw these people with these huge, long fishing poles.
Yeah.
And they were fishing in the ditches on either side of the road, and both sides of the road were lined with them. And I'm going, what in the hell is? I had never seen people fish in the ditch.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what they were fishing for. And so that took a little time. But yeah, that's where they get their crawdad.
Yeah.
Prawns and shrimp and stuff like that. Louisiana, absolutely, buy it on the corner. In fact, you don't even get it in the grocery store. You buy it on the corner out of the back of a pickup truck, out of a cooler that probably isn't sanitary, but so what? It's full of ice. And the shrimp is fresh, and it's freaking really good. It's 100%, dude, coming straight off the boat. You got it 3, maybe 4 days. If you're good with that, that's like nice. Then you got something. Then you can put up a plate. Fuck yeah. And it was $2.50 a pound. When I was there in the early mid 80s, 83, 84 or something like that. I think $2.50 a pound for tiger shrimp coming out of the Gulf.
Yeah.
Beautiful shit. Way before the Dick Cheney took a shit in the Gulf and killed everything on purpose because he's an asshole.
Yeah, I wouldn't be eating Gulf shrimp right now, probably.
No, but I did remember it, and it is fucking good. So I want to make sure people know there are people that miss that because it was beautiful.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who miss that. Are you kidding, man? That was some. I mean, that's I have friends who talk about the Gulf shrimp all the time. Like yourself. They're like, oh man, that's the stuff, dude. We used to get it in like big 2-pound bags, and we just throw it in the freezer.
Yeah.
We just throw it in the freezer, and you take it out of the freezer, and you throw it in the microwave, and you almost can't burn it in the microwave. Take a raw shrimp, and, it's like fucking. It comes out perfect almost every time. Just throw in some butter. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I don't microwave shrimp myself, but.
Well, no, it's very easy. I'm telling you, go and look at how people cook shrimp on the YouTube or whatever, and you will find that microwaving is probably the main way, because it comes out, out like perfect every time. But
that's definitely changed since and I'm not a big operator of microwaves. So I don't know.
Yeah.
That. But I do know shrimp, and I've eaten, and I try to cook, and try to treat my friends. If I'm going to invite people for dinner, I try to know what I'm doing. But if I'm going to cook shrimp for a bunch of people, I'm probably not, I wouldn't choose the microwave, but maybe I don't know the right settings and what to do.
No, I get it. No, I mean, the best shrimp I ever had came out of a pan with just some butter and some garlic salt in it. So.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
The best Gulf food I ever had it was a dish of lobster bisque. Cooked by a friend of mine's mother, who had the recipe for hundreds of years, going back into the French migration into Louisiana. And it was lobster bisque, and I swear to God, this shit was like orange, and we were just eating it. And it looked like oil mixed with something. I don't even know what it is, but it looked like orange tomato soup.
Yeah.
But it was just the most delicious thing I've ever had. And oh my God, I slurped that down, and I said I would have gave you $5,000 for that bowl of lobster bisque. Old school French cooking that merged with the Gulf food really did very well, and that's why Louisiana and New Orleans has that cuisine thing. That they have, because those two things merged, and it worked out really good. One of the very best success stories of American art, in my opinion, the artist of the Culinary Institute met with the artist of the gathering of Gulf shrimp and fish, and they frickin' nailed it. Hell yeah. West Texas, you can go get a barbecue. Good luck with that.
Well, what's going on in New York, man?
disappointment, I think we're settling into the disappointment that, oh my God, it looked like the Democratic Party was going to do something wonderful. And then it just went back to exactly what it's always been doing. And it's like,
It seems like a total rerun of this election of last election, man. It seems like a total rerun.
they're just so lucky that Donald Trump is the asshole that he is, because if they didn't have that, they wouldn't even be in the running. Actually, these guys wouldn't even be in the running if Donald Trump wasn't the asshole that he is. If they weren't able to prove how big of an asshole he is, and we could all see it with our own eyes, they wouldn't be in the position they're in if that didn't exist.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, if the plague hadn't hit, I mean, it's very convenient for the Democrats. That's for sure.
Yep, that too. Oh yeah, hell yeah, the plague. Oh my God, Donald Trump is the president of the plague. That's a great advantage if you're not the incumbent.
You would think.
But
we'll see, I guess.
But I'm also,
I don't think there's going to be an election, so or maybe we won't see.
Well, a good friend of mine reminded me the other day. He said, "Dave, are you going to vote?" And I said, "Well, yeah. I mean, I was kind of planning on it. I don't know who I'm going to vote for yet, but I was planning on voting." He says, "How about this?" He says, "Let me just do the math for you right now. Your vote don't count. Because if New York State, if the majority of the electoral votes in New York State goes Democratic, then Joe Biden automatically wins New York State. And he gets all the electoral votes for that state. Is that correct?" I mean, I said, yeah. I said, I don't know. I had to go look at it. And I said, yeah, I think it is. Yeah, Joe Biden gets all the electoral votes for the states that he wins. You don't get like a split, or is it a split? I don't know. But either way, it wouldn't matter if I voted in where I am, because it's definitely blue.
Yeah.
Just to the west of me, though, it's all red, like very deep.
It's hard. It's so hard for me to believe that people who have New Yorkers who kind of understand who Donald Trump is.
Oh, we definitely understand.
I just so hard to believe that they would vote for him. Of course, there's a lot of New Yorkers that are fucking just wanna be Donald Trumps too.
There's a bunch of New Yorkers that will attach themselves to any opposition party in the right wing, and that they mind that beyond what it was pre-existing, and that's why I think there's so many Confederate flags flying across New York. Like, I've sat at a few bars in a few legions,
Yeah.
I didn't, and I'm trying to figure out. Hey, I always ask people, hey, why do you think all these guys that live next door to us here in the north are waving Confederate flags? Like, did we do something to them? Did they hate us for some reason? Were we wrong? Is there something we need to check? I don't know. Who is this person? And every single time, this guy's just the guy. They're the people you have to take care of in your family, because they can't feed themselves. They don't even know where to get a job. You take care of them. So I don't view them as the opposition. I view them as the neglected. And that's why Trump got elected, is because this segment of our society got neglected. These are the people that need our help. They're always needing help. The religions feed on them because we're not helping them.
Yeah.
These predatory forces feed on them because we're not helping our younger brother. And I consider them to be like, I don't want to say to their face, like, oh, you're the younger brother. But I definitely think of them that way.
Yeah.
Because if you're actively out in the world helping other people and just being, you don't have to be like exceptional. You don't have to be a hero. Just be a nice guy. Just be a good person. Do what you got to do. Be right. That's all. And it works out beautifully. Only when this people apprehend are the part of society that is vulnerable. That's that's when we have problems, and that's exactly what we're participating in. And I see it as the victims in our society are the ultra-religious, the extremists, the right wing, also left wing, the far left wing are also victims, and all these people are being predated upon by economic forces that seem to, anyway.
Yeah, anybody who's not a warmonger or war profiteer is being victimized in this country.
Correct.
If you want war, then you pick the right country, because that's what this country is all about. They're even in a war against their own people, by choice.
Yes, well, yeah, that's the first one we're going to stomp out, and I think the pieces are on the table to take out the entire thing. I think the pieces are on the table right now to curb U.S. militarism and empire type seeking, because what we need to do is lay bare the truth that, excuse me, you fought for independence from a monarch.
Right.
And why did you do that? You sometimes you just have to sit people down and remind them of what we're doing. We fought against a monarch because hereditary-based power is not what we want. We want a constantly changing, organic, fluid environment where everybody's rights are protected with ultimate freedom, the most amount of freedom. Like, ultimately, the best case scenario is I don't ever have to speak to any government ever. I can just walk out into nature and be taken care of and be with other people and do what I got to do and do the whole thing all the way through to the end where I die without ever having to deal with the government. Why would I have to do that? What happened? So if you can, there's definitely plenty of people who are capable of handling that small task without being hassled in a very, actually, beneficial manner. In fact, it's the best thing you can do for them, is let those people go. Don't tell them what to do. Don't put them in a box. Don't educate them. Just let them go. And, educate them to a degree, but I'm saying don't dictate. So, and just do that. That's what everything else in nature does.
Yeah, I think we have to stop acting like we should be educating everyone, especially people who don't want to be educated. I just don't think it makes any sense to be sending people to school that don't want to be going to school.
That don't belong there.
Yeah.
They're being led there by predatory lenders, and they're saying, "Oh, we know this person doesn't have a goddamn shot in the world of getting a job in biomolecular chemistry at a major university as an instructor or a professor, but we're going to entice them."
I mean more like elementary school and high school and shit. I just don't think. I think there's a lot of people in those schools that probably shouldn't be there. That wouldn't be there if it wasn't a police state. They wouldn't be there. And I think that the schools would be 1,000 times better off without them.
Yeah. There's a bunch of good teachers on this world who I do see, and I say, oh my God, I wish you were at the school.
Right.
Because you would be fantastic. I would love to see a group of children that learn from you, even just your portion in it. But yeah, there's good teachers. The humanity has plenty of good teachers. We're just not hiring the right people.
I think that we're really programmed not to appreciate teachers properly too. It seems
Correct.
like
Correct.
I mean,
we're not appreciating the proper knowledge.
Yeah, right. We don't appreciate a proper education. We don't appreciate which seems like a real basic matter of national security to me. An educated public means a brighter future for your country. So why in the hell would you want a less educated, a dumbed down country?
From a security perspective, a well-informed populace is actually the best weapon you can have.
Yeah.
From a threat analysis, right? Like before COVID, every threat analysis on the planet has biological as number one. There's no question. We're not worried about nuclear, although we do have a problem with that. But the number one threat assessment was biological. Because we're getting into gene splicing, we're getting into DNA, we're getting into all these things. We're getting into the seed. We're looking at the seed under a microscope, and there's going to be people, excuse me, I don't want to alarm anybody. I'm not a fear guy. Believe me, I have a gun permit, but I don't carry it. I don't own a gun, and I don't carry a gun. But I do have a gun permit. I like to have the permit so I can go buy one anytime I want. But I don't, I used to carry, but I don't anymore. I don't care about that.
It's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of responsibility to carry a gun.
Well, it is. Exactly. Especially if you want to interact with, like, children and other things. But the deal is,
if I was actually around children a lot, I probably would have a gun. Because you'd be like a protector of them,
Right. But I keep it in a different place is the problem.
Yeah.
I always have even if children are there, you have a gun, but you keep it in a different place. You don't leave it on the nightstand, right? So if children are in the house, you have to lock it up or do something so that there's no...
Well, if you have children in the house and you have guns, you have to teach the children what the guns are. Okay, that's what you have to do. You must take them out and have them fire the guns. Okay, otherwise the guns are always toys because that's what your children are playing with. Even if you don't see guns in their hands, when they're playing their video games, they all have guns in their hands. And so if you don't, if you put a real gun in their hand and you say shoot that gun, they will never look at it like it's a toy again. Okay.
That's right. That's right. Education. Yeah.
So
but they need to be a certain age to do that.
6 years old. It depends on when they start playing their gun games, man. Because if you got kids, if you got guns in the house and you got kids running around playing with video games where they're shooting people, and they find a gun, then a gun is just another one of their toys until you teach them otherwise. So if they're fucking 5 years old, if they're 6 years old, I don't care how 10 years old, whatever it is you think, the earlier the better. And just do it appropriately. You don't put a fucking 45 in a 6-year-old's hand. You put a 22 in a 6-year-old's hand, and you hold the gun with them and you shoot the trigger, and that way they know, this is not a toy. Because until then they don't know anything else.
Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to teach respect. And it doesn't matter what the respect is for. In other words, if you have to respect the creek, you show it to them when the creek is real low and they could go walk in it and catch crab, search for minnows. And then take them back down to the creek after the huge thunderstorm where it's like, oh my God, you can't go anywhere near the creek. It's the same thing with guns and learning BB pistols are different than 9mm. That isn't genius level teaching. I mean, so we should be able to do that.
Yeah. If you have guns in the house with children,
we have.
The safest possible thing you can do is to teach them what the gun is. Which is that it is not a toy because if they see, if you teach a kid, if you shoot a gun with a kid, and then if the kid no longer will look at a gun like it's a toy, they'll look at their toys, which are guns, as toys, but they won't look at the gun that same way. And then if they ever saw their friends with a gun in their hand, whose parents might not be smart enough to teach them what the gun is other than a toy, they will be either smart enough to get the fuck away from the kid with the gun in their hand, or they will be, hey, put that down. That's not a fucking toy.
Yeah. I think if a child picks up a gun, I think I'm probably going to hit the deck.
Yeah, well...
Even if he's mine. Even if it was my child.
Yeah, well...
But there is cases where, like, I was involved in I shot, competitively from a very young age.
Mm-hmm.
And I it was just viewed as another hobby. I wrestled too, I ran, we did running. We did, whatever you do, it's just something you're doing. So yeah, I don't see that as our big problem. Our big problem is corruption in the supply chain, and excuse me, it's always corruption in the supply chain. We don't have food security either. Here in New York, I just bought a piece of property for $29,000. It's a freaking gorgeous ass property. I could produce any kind of food I want, and then I got enough free glass on Craigslist to cover 45 feet by 17 feet of roof line on the sun-facing side of this barn. Just one addition of that barn. I got that free on Craigslist. Double pane tempered glass to cover the roof of a greenhouse for free on Craigslist, and the barn for $29,000. That's crazy. They're the things that are most valuable in life I'm seeing in the garbage, and I spent a long time living out of the garbage, and I'm telling you, right now is, oh my God, it's low-hanging fruit for the masses. If you need anything, just go on, all these sites where people are just giving stuff away because they can't get anything for it by selling it, and they can't get anything by for selling it because everybody has this stuff and nobody needs it. Most of it, not all, but the glass, like the glass I'm getting, I'm like, oh my God, I got like $8,000 worth of glass in a 2-week period. Well, maybe 3 weeks, 3 week period in July. And I said, holy shit. And I just kept grabbing it. And I was grabbing it. I'd go out with my pickup truck, pick it up, grab it, I'll bring it home, store it. But I only had to go to, I think it was only like four different pickups to get a significant amount of square footage.
Nice.
And I was amazed by that. So that's what's going on. I've talked to people that are giving away like really nice stuff.
Yeah.
I call and I send them an email and I say, oh my God, I'll take that,
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's already gone, but that person doesn't. And I said, why did you give that away? You could have sold it. And they said, well, I feel like I'm in a good position and I want to give back. And I said, yeah, okay, that's really cool. Thanks. Okay, thanks for the reply, and I'm just trying to be cordial. But on eBay or even Craigslist in the free section, I think right now you're seeing the guilt of American capitalism giving back a little. And by the way, it's just a little tidbit. It's not a thing you're going to get rich on. I'm just saying there is a reckoning at this moment in the human existence, the human species. There is a reckoning going on. That the wealthy do, when they get slapped in the face, it's the same way as anybody when they're waking up getting slapped in the face. It's like suddenly you realize, holy shit, I was wrong. And let them, when I let them be wrong, I think that's one of the most gratifying times of all, because when I see somebody who's truly like admitting that they were wrong and truly apologizing and creating an act to make sure it's not just an apology, they're actually doing stuff. And I see that it's like one of the most beautiful things I've seen in humanity in my entire life. And I've been watching everything. And I think that's the most beautiful thing, is to see when people are trying to make it rough, you got to let them. Don't stop them. Don't be angry.
Yeah.
You got to let them.
All right.
When they're ready to apologize, let them do it.
Right. All right, Dave. It's good to hear from you. I gotta get a bottle of water. I don't got any water.
I know.
Here.
This is crazy. I can't even believe it.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for calling.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So and that's the big problem here with the people in the streets, is that the police need to admit that they're wrong, right? If the police could admit that they're wrong, that they've been over-policing the people, that they've been criminalizing otherwise law-abiding citizens for decades, for generations, then we could move forward from this place where we're at now with protest across the country. Okay? But unfortunately, we continue to act like there's a left and a right. And that doesn't work for either the left, we the people on either side, whichever side you claim. But I do have a video about teachers and how hard it is for them in this modern day, most powerful country in the world, where we can't see education as a priority or even a matter of national security, which it clearly is. The future of America, and education, is important. Walk hand in hand. The future of America and educating America's youth walks hand in hand. And anyone who can't see that or recognize it as a matter of national security is incredibly short-sighted and doesn't really care about America or its youth. So we're clear.
This morning, the second largest school district in the country is now gearing up for a massive COVID-19 testing and tracing program. At the Los Angeles Unified School District, all staff, students, and their families will be part of this push to prepare for an eventual return to school campuses. The goal is to get students back in the real classrooms as soon as it's safe. For now, though, the Los Angeles School District will start the year virtually. School districts here and across the country are preparing for this school year unlike any before. But this year will not be different in one way. A lot of what teachers will need comes out of their own pockets. But some of those supplies look a lot different this year and have heftier price tags. Horace Holmes from our sister station has a closer look.
Allison Lamb is getting ready to meet her new first grade class virtually. She's already done shopping for supplies.
A lot of schools' PTOs will, fund teachers for this stuff, but a lot of time it just comes out of the goodness of our heart.
According to the Economic Policy Institute, every year teachers spend nearly $460 out of their own pockets for school supplies. Because many schools will start the year distance learning this year, the needs are now a bit different.
My team actually bought all of these for students, and we're actually filling these with items that they'll need at home.
Lamb says she will spend $100 out of pocket to fill those bins with supplies for kids on her list. It's not just pens, pencils, and notepads Lamb and teachers like her are purchasing. The hot item that's now hard to find is
camera dock that all of us teachers are dying to have in our homes.
And this is the camera dock, and it's not cheap. One of these goes for about $100. It's an item many school systems won't pay for, but something Lamb says makes remote teaching a lot easier for her students who connect with her via Zoom.
Using the camera dock, they would be able to see me doing handwriting, how to solve a math problem.
Lamb is buying one with her own money. And even though there are a lot of good resources online, teachers say they feel that they still need to get books into kids' hands. Some school districts will provide hard copy books, but
unfortunately it will come out of the teachers' pockets.
And since Lamb is also a mother of 3 school-aged kids, she had to set up a workspace for her kids and for herself. Everyone will need their own space since everyone will be in school from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Zoom.
She ended up buying a couple of chairs and a couple of desks. That's a couple of $100 more. It all adds up in the end. Back to you.
Okay, so let's see. There she was, just walking down the street, singing boo la la da diddy dum diddy do. Just a shuffling her feet, singing do I diddy dum diddy do. She looked good, she looked fine. She looked good, she looked fine, and she nearly lost my mind, and I nearly lost my mind. Before I knew it, she was walking next to me. Okay. Let's see. What are we doing next now? Oh, a bong hit. That's an excellent idea. You guys are so smart. We should do that now. Right? Who's ready for a bong hit? What has two thumbs and ready for a bong hit? Huh? Huh? This guy. Trump 2020. Boy, Paul, you sure sound like a fun guy. Mr. Ernst. You sound like a very... I bet people call you Mr. Ernst a lot, huh? Like as in, or Mr. Joni Ernst. Is that right? You wish. Do I did it dumb did it do. Alright, so let's see. Eugene, Oregon is on the march. Go get him, Eugene. Who's streets? So there she was, just walking down the street, singing do I did it dumb did it do. She looked fine, she looked good, she looked fine, she looked good, and I nearly lost my mind. I know I'm butchering the song. I don't know how to do it. I'm just trying to copy the Stripes. And I'm not that good at it. Alright, so, and we still have the Super Chat button available. So, you make sure you want to smash that Super Chat button while you have the chance, because you know it's only a matter of time before YouTube and Google demonetizes Mox News like all the other people. So, if you get a chance to hit that Super Chat button, please do so. There she was, just a-walking down the street, singing do I did it dumb did it do. Hello, caller.
Hello, hoster. Hello, Mr. Host.
What's happening?
The host with the most. It's fucking 90 degrees here, quarter till 8. Hot. Not as hot as yesterday, but hot.
It was 90. It was 98 degrees here yesterday.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, or at 2 in the afternoon.
Probably at 8 o'clock. It was really hot, man. It was really hot.
Yeah, it just seems to hang on, man. It doesn't cool down till fucking 2 in the morning, really, you know?
Yeah.
And you get a couple hours of cool air and starts up again. And I think tomorrow's supposed to be about 108 here.
Ooh.
Death Valley, it was 130 yesterday.
We're headed the other direction. It's gonna be raining here on Thursday.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Crazy world, man. We're living in a crazy planet. Everyone is bored out of their skulls. First world problems, Mike. How will we get sliced bread and internet? It's so fucked up.
Well,
Where's my payment?
yeah.
That's what I'm wondering. You know why Trump hung up the Pelosi hung up the rescue package is because she wanted another $3 trillion. I think 2 of which would go to all her friends, and 1 of which would go to the American people. And Trump said no. So it's Pelosi's fucking fault. It's not Trump's fault. He has all the money ready to go. She just wants another bailout for all the rich people and the poor corporate heads and the foundations and all that stuff. These people that don't need the money. $3 trillion is what she wants. So, yeah, that's why there's a hang up. But I guess she called people back for this post office thing, right?
It sounds like she's calling back the Congress, the House representatives to discuss funding the post office.
Yeah, well, even that's a scam. Calling back Congress is a scam to try to steal the election from Trump, which is what they tried to do in 2016 and failed, you know. So they're jamming all the statistics. You know, the polls are getting skewed. I think it's like 54 to 45 in favor of Creepy Joe and demonic intention Kamala, the dragon woman. So you know those aren't the accurate stats either. They're fucking with the numbers, just like they did in 2016. So it's not like I actually care. I know Trump is going to win, and I'm going to vote for him, even though just so fucking Biden and the freak show doesn't get in there. You know, when all you got is, you know, you got Dracula and the Wolfman, you're going to vote for the Wolfman, you know.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not going to vote for either one of them. Because I can't. Because if they go to war with Iran, then that means that I'm responsible in some ways for going to war with Iran. And I'm not going to be responsible for that.
Well, that's a viable choice. That's your choice. I haven't even thought about Iran. I mean, either way, here's the flaw in your argument, Mike, is that both parties are controlled by the Zionists. Both parties are controlled by...
Right, so I would not vote for either party.
Yeah.
That's not my argument, is that one side isn't controlled by Israel.
So if you vote for a Democrat...
You think Trump's not controlled by Israel, and then you're going to vote for him? Give me a fucking break, dude.
Yeah, Trump is actually worse when it comes to Israel. But then if you don't vote at all...
You can vote. Howie Hawkins is the Green Party, and they have the Libertarian choice. Okay, look, there has to come a point where the people say no more Republicans and no more Democrats. Okay, and if you're not willing to say I'm not going to do it no more, then we're never going to get there.
Well, we have to stop that evil witch Pelosi getting in the White House, Mike. We really do.
Well, the only way you're going to make that happen is no Republicans and no Democrats.
Yeah, I know. But, you know, we're temporarily, until the revolution comes, we're stuck with this clown show back and forth, and they're holding us hostage with the COVID-19. And tomorrow, by the way, the movie Plandemic comes out 9 p.m. Pacific time. So you can catch that on the grand world premiere. The servers will probably get overloaded. What do you call it? DOD, denial of service, because there's so many people watching it. I think Craig will back me up on that. I think that's what it's called. DOS. It comes out on the London Rail Freedom Platform channel. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
And it'll be on the Plandemic website then, right?
Yeah, you can hook it on the Plandemic website, or you can go to the London Real website, and they'll direct you to the Freedom Platform, whatever it's called. But I'm definitely going to get up early and watch that, because I think if you don't get in there quick, you won't catch it. And
because it's going to get pulled down, or?
Well, I have no doubt that somebody is going to try to crash that website. But there's also the possibility that it could just crash because you got so many people hitting the website at one time, and that is, I think, what they call denial of service, where
yeah, but the website itself isn't going to pull the video down. They found somewhere they can okay, so you don't have to see it on the first day. If they don't eat, if the first day is going to be very difficult, is what you're saying. Go in on the second or third day. It's not gonna. It's going to be there forever from now on. Is what you're saying.
Well, it's free.
Yeah.
So anybody can mirror it, copy it, put it back up, put it on their own website. It's going to go worldwide. And apparently the content is pretty comprehensive, and it's going to both lay the whole game wide open and create a tremendous pushback. And it'll make the papers within, it'll make the press in 48 to 56 hours, You'll see on TV, this, that, and the other thing, and all the talking heads will just, another conspiracy theory and blah, blah, blah. And it's probably all, it took the guy, Mickey Willis, so long to make the motherfucking movie that I'm glad he took his time. I'm sure he vetted all the information, and there's hardly one mistake in the whole thing. I'll be watching intently, but apparently it goes way deep into the money trail, which I'm only sketchy on the money trail. I know the science, and I know the problems and the flaws, but I'm not that hip to the money trail. I know that Gates funds the WHO and Gates funds the CDC, and some of the money goes to the NIH, and I know a bunch of people own vaccine trademarks, copyrights. They're bound to make money, and they're pushing for the vaccines. I know that much. But who gets what and how much? And I also know that the medical journals have been bought off for the last dozen years. So this is why we have such a division amongst the medical dialogue. The narrative is that when you take over, if you take over Wikipedia, they're going to be able to tweak anybody's bio on Wikipedia, and if you own it, they can tweak your bio and just put a bunch of false shit up there. So take that scenario, put it over to the medical journals, and any narrative you put out, like Judy Mikovits and these other doctors, they'll just hammer you and hammer you and hammer you, because they not only own the media, they own the medical websites and the medical journals, and the AMA and the whole shebang. So the pushback will be tremendous, but the impact will be tremendous too. So it's one more giant step for the revolutionaries, and of course one more opportunity to hammer the truth back underground. That's what they want. They want us to wear masks, be obedient little slaves, pay money for vaccines we don't need, get sick, and then pay the rest of our money to all the fake allopathic medical corporations to fix us. Like so many people, I have to go to the doctor, he's going to give me a pill. It's like me, I haven't taken a pill for 59,000 years, so I'll never take a pill. So, but, I went to Ventura today, and I was supposed to meet a person, and they were a half hour late, so I figured, I'll go down to the beach. I haven't been down to the beach for a while. So I go down to the beach. First of all, there's two ding-dong fucking cops at a railroad crossing. It looked like the bars were stuck down. So they were there directing traffic, and I looked to see if a train is coming, and the cop pointed me over there, so I drive over there, and then he yells at me, one-way street! It's like, you're the fucking traffic director, you just pointed me down a one-way street, you dumb motherfucker. So I had to pull my Yui in my car. I went down the beach, all the parking lots are closed, everyone's wearing masks. How are you supposed to get to the beach? I didn't know the beach was closed.
Parking lots being closed is a fucking load of bullshit, man.
Yeah,
that's just a load of shit. That shit's got to stop. I mean, the people should just fucking rip down the police lines and fucking flood the parking lots, man.
And apparently, I haven't been down to the beach in years, especially not since the COVID-19. So this whole time, Ventura's been cracking down on the beaches and the parks, and it's like, what the fuck for? So this was going on right underneath my nose, and I never even knew it. You know.
Yeah.
I'm 20 miles away in a valley, so. But it's just like crazy city down there. Everybody's wearing masks. I saw a guy riding a bike wearing a mask. I saw people wearing masks in their cars. I saw people walking on the street, no one around them wearing masks. And then I saw this little art community downtown, and 3 people were outside on the patio, and they're sitting right next to each other. They're not wearing masks. They're relaxed. They're not afraid. I was thinking to myself, finally, I see some fucking sane people, you know. But this whole shit show, it's got to end. And I got my mask, by the way, my Mox News Knowledge is Free mask. I wore that today.
Right on. It was comfortable, huh?
And I felt so intelligent, man. It's like knowledge is free. It's like, well, look at me, guys. You got those paper fucking things. Look at my mask, huh? Well, suck it up, bitch.
I want a damn mask that says "insert bong here," you know, with like a cut line here, you know, hole cut. Insert bong here. I want that.
I'm gonna put a zipper on mine so I can smoke, you know. But I only wear it for like 2 seconds when I went into the MoneyGram store to send some money, and then I'm done. I rip it right off. But it's a pretty good mask. I'm glad I got it. If I'm gonna be forced to be a fucking slave of Planet Retard for 5 minutes every other day, I might as well wear a Mox News mask, you know.
Yeah.
Knowledge is free, you retards! You know?
We'll have to make something to say, "Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Don't look at..." There's a movie, what's that movie? Fuck. I think it's called... It's about a spelling bee, right? And it's got, oh man, God, I'm having horrible fun with names right now. But it's about a spelling bee, and it's got Jessica Hahn in it, and God damn it, what's that guy's name? Anyways, he's like a 40-year-old who like never graduated from high school and decides he wants to compete in spelling bee, and he's able to for some kind of problem with the rules, you know, and this girl, Jessica Hahn, the actress, is supposed to be like she's supposed to be a reporter that's covering him, and she keeps winding up sleeping with him, right? But she hates him. She's disgusted by what he's doing. He's a 40-year-old competing against fucking, 12 and 13-year-old kids, you know? And and she keeps winding up fucking him. Every time he's on top of her, she's like, "Don't look at me! Don't look at me!" I just love that. I want a mask that says that. "Don't look at me! Don't look at my shame! Don't look at me!"
Yeah, that's a weird psychological situation. It's like you don't even want to get with a girl at all who says, "Don't look at me."
Don't look at me. I look fat right now. Don't look at me. I look fat.
So yeah, that's weird. But a lot of shit going down. That the Pandemic movie is coming out 9 o'clock in the morning Pacific time tomorrow. Apparently Trump is going to pardon someone very, very important, and it's not General Flynn, and it's not somebody else, but he didn't say who it was. And people are thinking it might be Assange. Trump is going to pardon Assange tomorrow.
Well,
it's not Snowden, and it's not General Flynn, so it might be Paul Manafort. I really don't know. He said it was somebody very important.
Well, he said he doesn't know anything about Julian Assange and WikiLeaks.
Yeah, but he was talking last week about pardoning Snowden. And then today he said it's not going to be
Who was
Snowden.
he talking to about that?
I would have to open up my Facebook page and find the article. I don't have it in front of me. But I think it's a legitimate quote that he said to somebody who I don't know who, but it was all over Twitter. And then I tried to source it back to its source on Twitter, but I never found the original source. But we'll see. Could be a bullshit story, could not. But that's pretty big. I mean, he already.
No,
pardoned
dude.
Roger.
If he pardons Julian Assange, then he'll get a lot of support that he didn't have before. That's for sure.
Yeah, everyone from the left will say, "Fuck you, Joe Biden," and they'll all go, "Trump is our hero." Could be an election ploy. You never fucking know. But I don't know nothing about WikiLeaks.
Yeah, he's not gonna pardon Assange. Just like he's not gonna legalize marijuana. I mean, if he was good, if he legalized marijuana, he'd win the fucking election. But no, can't do that.
Could you imagine getting stoned with Trump?
No. No, I can't imagine being in the same room with Trump. Okay, I won't. Meaning, I would not stay in the same room with Trump. It's not possible. I would immediately leave, knowing that he was in that room.
Yeah, the most vile thing about Trump.
But that goes along with Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney. I absolutely would not want to be in the room with them. They're disgusting human beings who I don't want to hear a single word from because they have blood on their hands and they act like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I feel the same way as you do, except Obama creeps me out more than Trump does. At least Trump is a little bit visible, It's like, it's like, yeah, I know there's good in you, Darth Vader. We just want to hope there's good in you, Darth Vader. I know you're really cute, Mr. Trump. It's like, fuck. But there is something in Trump that is admirable. And, I think Obama was just 5 times worse than Trump. And the worst thing I hate about Trump is that when it comes to the Middle East, he's sucking Netanyahu's ball sack. That's what I hate about Trump. With the Jews, I'm the savior of the world. The Jews this, the Jews that. Israel's our best friend. Shut the fuck up. Or eat a fucking hamburger, motherfucker. You're not a geopolitical strategist. You're a fucking New York Jew sucker is what you are. You've always been that. That's how you build your fucking buildings. So that's what I hate about Trump. But besides, we'll have it covered in 2 hours, and these are domestic terrorists. The regular run-of-the-mill stuff. But
he took credit. He took credit for the chop being, destroyed or brought under control or whatever. He said that the Seattle knew that the DHS guys were going to come in the next day, which they didn't come in the next day. He knew that they were going to come in the next day, and because of that, the police chose to go in and cut out the chop. And that's not what fucking happened, dude. The police worked on that for days and days and days, getting those fucking barricades in place and all the shit that they did to make that happen.
I would bet you if you were a statistician and you measured the volume of lies that come out of Trump's mouth and you compare it to the volume of lies that came out of Obama's mouth, Trump's more inaccurate. Trump lies more than Obama did. But nonetheless, it's because he's a simple personality. It's like he's a little kid. We got a little kid running the whole world right now.
Yeah. And you're going to vote for him again.
Well, I'm just fucked in the head that way, Mike. I gotta.
You gotta be on the side of the winner. Is that it?
Yeah, I just want to be on the side of the winners. So.
A lot of people vote that way, They watch the news and whatever that they think is gonna happen. That's how they vote. I gotta be. It's like. See, I was right, but you weren't right.
Not me. It's like you're completely aware of why I voted for Trump in the first place.
I'm aware of why everyone voted for Trump in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to hated figures, you got 2 of them, Benedict Arnold and Hillary Clinton. Those are the most hated figures in American history. I can't think of anybody else besides Hitler that's more hated than those 2. But that's why I voted for Trump, because we would be in a full-scale war with Syria. Syria would be no more, or she would have started World War III. She's so wicked and so evil.
Yeah.
So,
No, I mean
yeah.
that's why everyone voted for Trump, because the Democrats ran the worst possible candidate, just like they're doing now, ignoring the voters, ignoring a giant grassroots movement that the Democrat desperately need in order to stay viable. You know, it's beyond fucking because it was her turn. You know, as declared by the elitist party elders. Fuck that shit, dude.
Well, you know, we spent, everybody, me, you more than me, but a lot of people spent a lot of months listening to this old fucking curmudgeon motherfucker with white hair named Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders is this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And I'm saying all the right words, and blah, 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 blah. And socialism for the people, and blah, blah, blah. And he creates this giant fucking movement. And then, you know, the first time I ever heard the word sheepdog was out of Chris from Ottawa, Mount Olympus, Chris from Olympia. He defined the word sheepdog, and it fit perfectly. It's like, that's exactly what Bernie Sanders is. And if you get a guy that has been in politics for 40 years like Bernie Sanders, and he doesn't know enough, he's not savvy enough to know that he's an actual sheepdog, that he's like paid opposition. You know, it's like, let's lead them away, let's you know, we got a carrot on a stick, you lead them away, and then, oh, I'm dropping out, bye-bye. Vote for this witch I was just talking about. So Bernie Sanders is the Benedict Arnold. He's the one who fucked up. He's the one who made me and everybody else vote for Trump. It wasn't Hillary Clinton's fault. It was Bernie Sanders' fault. And I never heard that term sheepdog before. Chris explained it. But have you heard the word sheep dipped? You know what that is?
What's that?
That's an old intelligence term from the CIA, where you take a CIA agent, you sheep dip him, and you stick him in the Air Force as an undercover CIA agent. He looks like he's working for the Air Force, but he's really working for the CIA. Or he do the same thing for the Army or the State Department or the Department of Defense, or, you know, CIA sheep dips agents, and they might not be activated or useful for 5, 10, 15 years, but they're actually working for the CIA, and it was that's what you call sheep dipped. But I never heard the term sheepdog, but before Chris said it. But it's probably an old political term, and I like learning new shit, you know. So I hate Bernie Sanders, but not as much as, you know, it's like, how can you be in politics for 40 years and not know what you are, you stupid old man?
Yeah, well, you know, we should have figured it out with Hillary Clinton when it comes to Bernie Sanders, because he could have the Green Party candidate Jill Stein offered to step aside and allow Bernie to become the Green Party candidate for president, which would have given all those people, that huge grassroots movement, a place to go, and actually might have made the Green Party viable. And Bernie Sanders chose to fucking instead honor the contract that he signed and stand at Hillary Clinton's side like a good sheepdog.
And Jesse Ventura is having talks with the Green Party right now. He's talking again of running for president in a Green Party banner. So I don't think that's going to pass out, because he was doing that's going to pan out, because that's what he was doing a year ago, and nothing happened. You know, if he was serious, he would have got that game on a little bit sooner, you know. But I think this COVID-19 thing changes everybody's perception or point of vantage, you know, a vantage point, is because it's like it's changed the whole planet so radically. People want change more now than ever. It's like, we're going to burn the whole fucking house down if you don't let us out of our fucking homes and take all these restrictions off us. Then the flip side of that would be, oh, save me, give me the vaccine, you know. So it's fucking just stupid. We're living on planet retard, and, you know, we'll see what happens. Trump's Air Force One almost got hit by a drone a couple hours ago. You probably haven't heard that one yet, right?
No, didn't hear that.
And the Kansas Health Secretary fucked around with the numbers and used a bunch of misleading charts to push a mandatory mask mandate in Kansas. So, six one way, half a dozen another, two steps forward, one step back. Tomorrow will be a big day for all the activists and the revolutionaries who want to bust this COVID-19 scam open. And then within a day or two, probably immediately, the governments and the media will push back on that revelation, try to squish it, and call us all liars, and we should just obey the WHO and the NIH and the. Nobody's even talking about, level 4 labs anymore. They're arguing about masks and beating each other up in grocery stores. It's fucking crazy, dude. So I saw a little bit of that when I went down to the city today, Ventura, but, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. I had something on my mind, but I think I'm too fucking stoned to remember what it was. But it's just a fucked up planet, and, I'm doing good. I'm in a heat wave. My fucking plants are bolting. They grow a foot a day.
Wow.
Fucking, yeah, in the heat, man. I got fucking 10-foot tall plants, and it's August,
Wow.
So yeah, that's what's happening with me. I like pretty girls. I like rock and roll, and God bless America, man. And fucking, we'll see what happens if Trump actually pardons somebody important. I don't even know what this guy Manafort did, if it's going to be Manafort. Or it could be Snowden, could be General Flynn, he could surprise us with Assange, or it could be a bullshit story. So, I don't know. How you doing, Michael?
I'm looking forward to finding out about that, because I didn't hear him saying anything about a big pardon, so I'm looking forward to that. That should be interesting. I'm fine. I gave the dogs a bath today. Both of them got a bath, so they're doing good. And, we're going to go for a walk in a little bit. We're good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Your neighborhood's kind of mellow, and you never have any problems, right? It's a nice suburban neighborhood.
We never hear gunfire, dude. Not a thing.
Yeah, well, I don't feel crazy. I feel really centered and balanced, and I wish I could.
What kind of people say, I don't feel crazy? I don't feel crazy right now, Doc. No, Doc, I'm serious. I'm not feeling crazy at all.
We're okay. I'm okay. Are you okay? But, yeah, man, I don't know. It's a little bit, it's like watching a sitcom. You're on Planet Sitcom, and this week, fucking Crazy Joe's gonna do something stupid.
Probably.
So, yeah, man, I hope everything's gonna be okay. I have good feelings, but all these motherfuckers like Biden, or not Biden. Biden's too stupid to do anything, but Obama and Bernie Sanders, they just give us a little bit of hope and then pull the rug right out, and it's like we're supposed to believe in this fucked up political system. It's like anybody who believes in this system has to be just totally mind fucked. It's like, there's nothing left to believe in. None of these people are our friends. None of them. The rich will eat us if we don't eat them, if we don't fight back. If you don't fight back, they're going to continue squishing you forever.
Well, the rich will just simply work us to death for some crumbs. They have plenty of food. They're not going to eat us. People don't taste good, dude.
Yeah, well, they're manufacturing laboratory-grown meat now. It's like, what the fuck is that all about?
Yeah, people eat all these preservatives and stuff. It's like, that's why sharks spit us out mostly, they take a bite and they go, what the fuck is that shit?
Surfboard. Yeah. I saw that surfing video on your channel, right?
Yeah.
Yes. What a fucking story. A 16-foot fucking shark is like, holy shit, man. How do you escape that one? Fuck.
You fight back until the shark figures out you don't taste good.
Yeah, tell your friends too.
That looked like a pretty big fucking mouth on that thing, man.
16 foot? Are you kidding? Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. I haven't been in deep water like that for 10 years. I mean, not like that, but I haven't been out in the ocean like scuba diving and snorkeling for like 10 years. Last time I was out there was on Catalina Island, and it's like, fuck, the water is not clear. I can't see what's around me. It's like, what am I doing out here?
Yeah.
Like, big fucking shark could come along and just bite me, and I would have no warning, and I'd lose everybody, so I'm like a mile from shore. It's like, fuck.
There's, that's probably, honestly, the least of your worries as a shark when you're in muddy water like that, where you can't fucking see exactly what's going on. There's a lot of other things that are very much more likely to kill you than a shark.
Thanks a lot, Mike. You made me feel a lot better.
Dude, there's these little tiny fucking jellyfish, right? Little tiny, like they're about like a quarter of an inch in diameter, right? Teeny tiny. You get stung by one of them, you're paralyzed in like 30 seconds, can't move, and you die like in a couple hours.
Yeah, I think that's one of my, if I was laying on the couch and Sigmund Freud was analyzing me, what are you afraid of, Mike? It's like, I'm afraid of getting bit by things I can't see, doctor. It's like one of my subconscious fears is like being out in the ocean, which I was, in water I couldn't see through, which I was, surrounded by fucking giant kelp plants bumping me right and left, which they were, and it's like I was in the middle of my fucking nightmare dream, and I never went back. I don't
think the sharks swim through those giant kelp plants either.
Thank God for that. I was pushing the envelope that day, all to impress a girl too. So
the seals would be like, "Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing?" And then they scare the shit out of you.
I'd be like, "Oh no, leave me alone, man! I don't want to play with you." But I hear seals are just like friendly dogs, most of them.
Well, we used to kayak, and I grew up in a bird sanctuary in Morro Bay, on the coast, and we used to kayak and canoe, and the seals would always come right up, and they'd be like, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Hey, what you doing?" And then they'd figure out we're not doing anything, and they'd swim off.
Yeah. When I was on Catalina, the coolest thing I saw, because we would kayak around the island, right? And I think they had like 26 mated pairs of bald eagles that we'd be out there, and they would just dive for fish. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
These giant birds diving in the ocean, flying away with fish. It's like, that was bad. That was badass.
Yeah.
I love that.
Did you see the video? We showed a video last week of my friend Sam kayaking like 2 exits from here, where a bald eagle just all of a sudden, he was wearing his GoPro on his hat, and a bald eagle just dived down right in front of him and grabbed a fish. We played that video a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. They're beautiful birds. Where I live, we don't have bald eagles. So we have red-tail and Cooper's hawks and California vultures and sparrowhawks and shit like that. But so seeing bald eagles for me is a real treat,
Yeah, I didn't know they had those on Catalina.
26 mated pairs, and that was 2003, I think.
Huh.
So they probably got more than that by now.
Wow, I didn't know they had those there. Interesting.
Yeah.
Sounds like they like it.
Oh, they love it, man. They nest on the cliffs, and it's a real success story. I guess at one time the bald eagles were going extinct, and that's why the government got involved is to bring them back, and now I think they're not going extinct anymore. So every once in a while you see a success story, you know.
Yeah.
I really would like them to do the same thing with pterodactyls. I want to see mated pterodactyls before I die. You know, I think that would be really cool to bring the pterodactyls back. And
well, they just turn them into weapons, so.
Yeah, like radio frequency controlled terror drones. Oh, I heard you guys got some fucking murder hornets up there, right? I saw a picture of one up in King County.
Yeah, we got murder hornets. I got a story about murder hornets.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well, show me that story, dude.
Okay.
Take care.
They caught a male. It's the first male they've caught.
Yeah, it's like 3 inches long, right?
I guess. I don't know.
Big ass motherfucker. Get your tennis racket out. I'll talk to you later.
Okay,
man.
thanks for calling. Bye.
Bye.
And that's our buddy Michael in Southern California. I am going to go ahead and play the murder hornet story for you while I heat up my bong. So let me whip this out. Excuse me while I whip this out. And you can watch this murder hornet story. It was top of the news today in Seattle. Murder hornets captured.
Breaking as we come on the air, scientists say they have trapped another Asian giant hornet in our state. In the last hour, the Department of Agriculture released these new photos showing the hornet they found late last month. They say they found it in a trap set near Custer in Whatcom County, which is the same area where experts believe these murder hornets wiped out a beehive last year. Scientists say this finding is unique because this is the first male hornet they've ever trapped in the U.S. The department says male versions of the hornets typically don't start showing up until later this month. The state says it will now set more traps in this area in an effort to catch a live hornet and track it back to its nest. They hope to find and destroy that nest by mid-September before the colony can reproduce queens and even more hornets. If you're just joining us, we're tracking breaking news today. Scientists say they have trapped a male Asian giant hornet for the very first time. They caught the hornet, also known as a murder hornet, late last month in a trap near Custer in Whatcom County. It's the same area where experts believe the hornets wiped out a beehive last year. This is the second hornet they've trapped in the past month or so and the seventh one overall. The state says it will now set more traps in the area in an effort to catch a live hornet so they can track it back to its nest. We're set to hear from our state's top expert on these hornets later this afternoon.
This will work. I want to make sure it wasn't too small. I put one. I got one out for the dog for Rufus for his bathy. So it's always easier to take a bathy when you're all. But he didn't have one before he got his bathy. The girl had a bong hit before she got her bathy, but Rufus didn't have one. So I have one here ready to go. Hot. I put a new bowl on. See, it's not all black anymore. The new bowl on. Blah, 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 blah. So, don't forget the murder hornets are still coming for you and your children, and they murder up to 50 people a year in Japan. Case we didn't mention it. La, 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 la. Hello, caller.
Hey, Ma.
Hey.
I'm calling you from Florida.
and I just wanted to say hello. I haven't called in a long time. How you doing?
I am good. I just had a big fat dab. How about you? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to take the time to see if I could reach out to you because, well, I'd like to take you back to the source, to the egg, if you will. You know where that is?
Is it before or after the chicken?
Back in, yeah, back in 2005, 6, and 7, there was this whole thing where you could watch videos on the internet called YouTube.
Right.
And it had just gotten off the ground, and there was plenty of people jumping on with different types of music channels and all sorts of like vacation clips and such. And then I ran across this very interesting channel called C-SPAN Junkie. And I loved it. I watched that. I mean, every day I'd come back home from work. In the morning, I'd watch C-SPAN Junkie. And the cool thing about that, I don't know if you've ever heard of that channel, by the way.
I have heard of that channel.
Yeah, I know you have, but a lot of people might, or some people might have forgotten because now there's Mox News. But man, what I enjoyed about it was that you were putting out the information that would get lost in the mix, and the cool thing about it was, and is, as you progress, because you've been through, I mean, you've been hit, your channel's been taken down, and I saw it. You say, hey, we're about to get taken down at various times, but the cool thing, and you stuck by it, which is incredible. But the cool thing is that when you watch back then, it was basically the only, or one of the only channels that did what you do. I don't know if that's fair to say or not.
You know, I was always amazed that C-SPAN themselves didn't have a better YouTube presence when they were doing their, you know, back in the day, because there's all this really good stuff that wasn't like, you know, programming, brainwashing. It was just, you know, historical documentation of what was happening, and it was just kind of getting lost. I was a C-SPAN junkie, and I was like, man, why isn't this all over YouTube? You know, so I know how to make that happen. I'll do that. But at first I was like, I had been doing that for years. I had been doing that for a long time before YouTube came along, and I was like, I was talking to my techie friends, you know, and I was like, hey, is this one gonna stick? Because I would do months and months of work, and then all of a sudden, you know, the site that was a free video server was no longer in existence, you know. So. But they are now. I mean, YouTube's been here for a while. I was glad originally when Google bought it because I thought now somebody has enough bandwidth where I don't have to worry about them disappearing. But then Google got all Nazi, free speech doesn't matter, and
they've gone insane.
Yeah,
they've gone insane. But the cool thing also back then when I was consuming that, because it's one thing to watch when C-SPAN plays something and then you miss it and this and that, but what happened was that your videos were up there so that you can go back and watch them, and you would catch the same politicians making up new stories about in other words, their contradictions were massive.
Yeah.
It was explosive in those terms, and I think that was unintended an unforeseen consequence to these people, which has, you haven't played a small part, you've played a huge part, because what's happened is that people are more aware, mind you, whatever their political affiliations might or might not be, or their philosophical whatever, but I recognize you for doing what you did, and it was anonymously, not anonymously, but you know what I mean. I mean, no one really knew the
Yeah.
person or people behind the work you were doing, and it touched a lot of people, and made a lot of people think. So,
Yeah.
I just wanted to share that bit with you.
Right on. Well, thanks very much. I really appreciate that. And a lot of people didn't know that it was me running the show back then. A lot of people would, when I first started making on-camera videos, were like, my God, I thought it was like 8 or 10 people running this page,
I thought something similar as well, because it was just an awesome amount of output. I mean, it was unbelievable the amount of output that was happening, and yeah, man. So, and back then, obviously YouTube was smaller, and people were slowly coming on and opening up channels and this and that. But at one point, something happened, and I forget what it was because it's been so long. But you started getting pushback. Do you remember what all happened in that scenario? Because I remember you that little red flags were starting to pop up where you might get taken down, or a chunk of your videos, and then it happened.
Yeah.
And you reopened it on another site and or on another channel and so on.
I remember when C-SPAN got on my case and told me that I couldn't use the name C-SPAN Junkie. And I'm pretty sure it's because of oh God, what's the woman's name, the blonde woman who stands next to Donald Trump all the time?
Conway?
Yeah, Kellyanne Conway, right? She was sitting at a table full of of progressive women, right? There was like a few black women. They were having a round table discussion, and that video I titled "Conservative Dried Up Skag Tries to Tell up and comers how it's supposed to be, and I'm pretty sure that Kellyanne Conway went berserk and contacted her buddy Brian Lamb at the C-SPAN, and then Brian Lamb contacted their attorney, or she contacted their attorney, one or the other, or her attorney contacted their attorney, and then they came to me and said, yeah, you can't use the name C-SPAN Junkie. And they also said, you also can't use the name Z-SPAN Junkie, B-SPAN Junkie, P-SPAN Junkie. I was just like, what the fuck? And then and then I went to the EFF, the Electronic Freedom Foundation, and said, hey, C-SPAN is telling me I can't use the name C-SPAN Junkie. And, that's what you guys are supposed to be all about, is defending the little guy from the big guy. And it's just, I just can't believe the way that C-SPAN, Google is horrible. Google should be the one defending. Google should be, they have the right to free speech, because what I do with the C-SPAN stuff has never been anything but eye-opening. And I told him, man, when I started talking to the vice president of C-SPAN, I was like, look, this is just a fan page. You guys have zero presence on YouTube. I love C-SPAN. They're like, nope, we invented the name C-SPAN Junkie. You can't use it. I said, well, how come you don't own the domain cspanjunkie.com and cspanjunkie.org like I do, asshole? They don't care.
Well, it was incredible. And another thing, I don't know if you've seen the videos out there where they do compilations, because earlier you were mentioning something about, in reference to everything being owned and controlled and mass media and so on and so forth. Well, I don't know if you've seen those videos where they'll put up like 6, 7, 10 like side-by-side newscasts repeating the same verbatim news on and on from across the country. Have you seen them?
Are you talking about C-SPAN?
No, so there's channels out there, like just YouTube channels, where the person will take clips from a bunch of newscasts on the same evening,
Yeah.
news from across the country, and what'll happen is that he'll align it. They'll align it so that they all play, in sync, and then they're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah. I watched V for Vendetta a few nights ago, and there's a part where one of the new, it's a lot of there's a lot of news footage on that movie V for Vendetta, and one of the things that one of the newscasters was saying was he was looking at the other newscaster saying, we don't invent the lies. We just tell them to you. The government does the other part. So it's like they're just all reading from a script that's given to them by the government. And it's pretty obvious, and I agree. That's one of the things that I've tried to point out too, is that this is a psychological operation against the people, and that the mainstream media, and honestly the local media also they're poisoning the people with the government's permission and control.
Yeah, I wanna leave you with this my thoughts on, if possible, my thoughts on everything that's been going on this year as far as protests and whatnot, which might not be as comfortable as what we were talking about before for some people. When I saw that video of what happened to George Floyd, I was just shocked. I couldn't believe that it was so in your face in front of people. I agree that we need to correct these law enforcement people, but I believe that the problem is that they follow rules and laws and uphold them, whatever they might be, and that comes down from up high, and that comes from these politicians. I think that the problem lies with politicians lining their pockets, adding more and more laws to constrict people's free movement, and these police are basically the agents on the field, which is obvious, they're the agents on the field, but they're following directives that are laid out in whatever booklet or whatever
Right.
that they do.
I hear you, but at the same time, there are serial killers in police departments, right? And the police do nothing.
Yeah.
And the cops know who those serial killers are, and I don't want to say they do nothing about it. They circle around and they protect those serial killers. There are people that the cops know who are going to go out and brutalize people tomorrow because they can, and they do nothing about it. So it's not like I agree that the cops are also being victimized in this whole police state thing. They're part of the victimhood because exactly what I'm saying, exactly what you're saying. The people have been over criminalized, and then the police are supposed to do their job, which is to police. They're supposed to arrest the criminals. The politicians have over criminalized the people, and then they put it on onto the police to carry out the evil deeds that they committed. So
it's too much though. It's too much. There's too many regulations, codes, laws,
Right.
this and that. It's
Right.
overwhelming.
Yeah.
You can't step outside. If you step on a dog turd out on the road, you're you're liable. It's ridiculous. So
Yeah.
on that level, But so I see that now. The unpleasant and pleasant side that I wanted to mention is that when I saw the protest beginning, I was completely for it. But when the moment I saw people randomly getting beat, punched, thrown through whatever that we saw, the horribleness, just because they were there, I could not any longer. I mean, of course, peaceful protest, not a problem. But the intermingling of ultra violence on innocent people, to me, they're cut from the people doing that are cut from the same cloth as the people that, you know, they're trying to supposedly stop from committing. So I see them like a two-edged sword, and they're both the same. You can't go and, I don't know about you, but I can't, if somebody hits me or somebody does damage to me, I can't go across the street and see like an old dude sitting on a park bench and whack him upside the head, because that guy, regardless of whatever, there's nothing. I don't understand that bit, and you know, I don't know what you think about that, but that's the part that totally threw me.
I think you're focusing on people that are less than 1% of the protest. Okay, so I don't think that that's fair to put that on the protesters. You know, that's the facts, right? The protesters are standing up against the police. We watched them hold the police line in Seattle for 10 fucking days while the police brutalized them. We watched them do it in Portland night after night after night. The protesters declared war on the Gestapo stormtroopers, invaders that came into Portland. They declared war on them, and they fucking drove those invaders out with their tails between their legs. We should all be proud of the protesters, and when you talk about criminal acts, then that's something completely different, isn't it?
Yeah, so let me get this straight, to be clear. If I get hit or hurt, or someone that I love gets hit or hurt randomly, and that person doing the damage is doing it for what they believe is their just cause, and very well might be the ultimate just cause. In my book, and I agree with you that it's the minority of them, but in my book, that those people are the same as if you put those people in power that are doing the beating of innocent people in the streets and under the name of protesting. If you put those people in charge, they're just the other Napoleons that will take charge. In other words, human beings at the end of the day have a really nasty side that could come out. People that lean and tend towards going violent just because, those people are the problem in this world, because most decent human beings, and by decent I mean you don't hurt an innocent person, you don't hurt anybody.
Right, and see, that's what you're taking this little tiny percentage, less than 1%, and putting it on all these decent people. That's not very nice of you, is it?
But that's not very nice of me.
No, to take this evil people that's less than 1% of these protesters, way less than 1%, that would actually do violence against an innocent person. Okay, that's way less than 1% of the people in the streets, and you're putting it on all of them. That's not very decent of you.
I'm not putting it on. No, Mox, I'm not. No, okay, let's be fair. It sounds like it because I'm pointing at these. I agree with you that they're not the majority of the people. So
they're less than 1% of the people. The people that would commit violence. The people that would commit violence against a completely innocent person are less than 1% of the people, of the protesters in the street. Right? And what about them?
Of decency and human to human, you know.
Those people are everywhere in every group. Okay? It doesn't matter. And you want to take this thing that's everywhere in every group and you want to put it on everybody, on these protesters. Okay? The protesters are good, righteous people that are exercising their rights as proud Americans. Okay? These people that you see right now, you want to know what they are? Those people are pro-police protesters. Okay? If you look closely, you will see that they are carrying a flag with a blue stripe in it. Okay, these are pro-police, and I'm not sitting here bashing on them because they're not on the side that I'm on. Because to me, what I see is Americans. Okay, Americans who have the right to go into the street.
Wait a second. I don't argue that. So I've been looking at your screen for all this, this whole time, and I've had no qualms with any of the things that I'm watching. Now, let's say that lady there that's walking with the mask in the upper right-hand pane in the white shirt. Let's say she goes over and starts beating on someone. Automatically, in my book, that person is now at a different level. Whereas the people walking around her are still protesters, right? I see that. But here's the bit. If I were there and I see a bunch of people start beating while I'm protesting for the just cause that it is, I will automatically, once I start seeing people beating on other people, will exit that protest because I don't want to be associated with them. So therefore, those people on your screen, I have zero problem with.
Well, you just got done saying that you can't support the protesters, and there was the people on the screen. Listen, this is what I'm telling you, is that you have to support the protesters. The protesters are Americans. The protesters are righteous in the streets. There's a reason that they're there, okay? And these ones in particular, in Portland, in Seattle, in other places, they are there for a righteous reason, because the police are murdering people, and because the people have been over-criminalized, and it's got to stop. Most of them are young people who are looking at the future going, we don't want to live under a fucking jackboot thugs, under the current policing system. We don't see a future in that. We want something better.
I agree with that. I just part ways when there's destruction because of the implications of that. However, with that said, if you're being attacked, there's no other choice but to defend and push back. I understand that. But so I'm quite overwhelmed with watching so many people getting dragged and kicked around and beat in the head. And I agree with you that they're less than the majority by far. But I would not associate if I were in a crowd under a just cause and I see people starting to do bad things like hurting others, I am going to not want to dirty my righteous cause by walking alongside these people, nor assisting them. I will walk away from that. And you know what? We have seen a lot of videos of people doing just that as well.
And we've seen videos of, look, in Seattle, I started this by saying, in Seattle, the people held the police line for 10 days at the beginning of these protests. In Seattle, a police line, the police are shooting them with tear gas, they're shooting them with pepper spray, they're shooting them with rubber bullets. A 90-pound girl got hit in the chest with a flashbang grenade. Okay, that wasn't accidental. The fucking cop meant to do that. She's standing there all by herself in the middle of the street with her hands out. Okay, and those people went back night after night after night and held that same position. Okay, so the ones that are fighting the cops, okay, let me finish what I'm saying. And during those protests, we watched when people would throw shit at the police, and the protesters would grab the people who were throwing shit at police and drag them up to the cops and say, this is the one that threw that fucking shit. Okay? So, they're not, the protesters are the good people. They are they're standing up against a comply or die police state, heavily armed, trigger happy, and they're doing it as peacefully as possible, and and they have every right in the world to do so.
I agree. I agree
So
that they have every right to protest.
and when
I am 100% with you on that.
and when you see these people like Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity, and they just do everything they can to make the protesters look evil, right? Because we watch that again and again and again. Everything they can to make. Okay, and when they do that, you know whose side you should belong on, right? Certainly not on those people's side. The people that are trying to vilify these proud, brave Americans who have a righteous reason for being in the streets. That's not the side you want to stand on, is it?
Right. The shoe has to fit. Everybody. When you're, That's a bad. That's a bad metaphor. Listen. Imagine if there's a crowd, and some in the crowd start getting violent. And what that means is that they start, let's say the least problem would be looting, even though that's huge because you're destroying other people's things. You don't know what that family did to work to build that little bodega up. You don't know that the grandmother is on oxygen and needs, so you don't know none of these things, but you're going and destroying their thing. Now, let's say it's a few people in a crowd, and the other people in the crowd are just there doing what they do, which is protesting. But then you have these people. The cops come, and they have to signal out their job to extract these bad people amongst these good people. And that is a recipe for disaster. So I think that this type of thing that's been going on with the mix of bad people from who knows where they're at are the ones that have damaged it. But for sure, these people, these protesters and all people, they should go to their local councils. They should go to their local, and they should protest there, and they should build up there and go into their council meetings and raise a ruckus and do it by showing numbers, whereas going in the street like this is quite acceptable, but the violent additive into it turns people off like me, that I don't want to hurt another human being. And yes, I agree with you, it's not the majority like what we're watching on the screen right now, but it was enough to see people getting their heads bashed in that it's kind of like I think of them as the same as the people that hurt the poor gentleman Floyd. I see them all as just violent people. Not all of them, but the people that commit on either side, wherever they're stuck in, I see them as the same element. People that want to hurt other people.
Well,
and that to me is so wrong. So now, again, everything we're watching right now on your screen, I have no problem. No problem, because why? Because of what you said. But I don't know, man. It really messed up my way of thinking when I saw it.
Okay, I don't know how many live shows you've been watching, but we've watched from the beginning of the protest. We've been live with the protest, okay, and we've watched, hour after hour, night after night, week after week, month after month of the protest live while they're happening. Okay, and the only violence that we've ever seen protesters on here while we've been doing probably hundreds and hundreds of hours of video, the only violence we've seen has always been directed towards the police. Well, that's not true. There was some kind of a counter protest in, I don't know if it was Bend or Eugene, a few weeks ago, where there was like these big old muscle guys out there, and they acted like they were trying to fucking start shit with the protesters, but the protesters just basically tried to walk away from them,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Because that's not what they were about, and again, so. And that's not what we've watched again, hundreds of hours of the protesters walking by businesses, walking through residential neighborhoods, not doing anything, not breaking car windows, not breaking business windows, not looting anything, not attacking anyone. Just basically trying to have their voices heard and making a point to the police that the people own the streets.
Well, so let me then. So this is the last bit, Mox. And by the way, again, I've always enjoyed, always have since the beginning, because if you just put all the information out there, and what you've done has been thankless, to be honest with you. So, but to end with, unfortunately, on this complication that exists in our society right now, on the other hand, flip side of that, I don't know if you ask 20 random people out there if their encounters with law enforcement, police officers out on the road have been mostly pleasant or unpleasant, and so on and so forth. I can tell you from personal experience and experience of friends and so on, that it's always a fear, intimidation, and submissive encounter, even when there's no culpability or anything that one has done wrong. There's always this intimidation. So just to leave it off on a balanced thing, there is an excessive arrogance, and you can't put that on every individual police officer, but the job itself seems like a thing where they start to see everybody as criminals because they're looking for criminals. So it's kind of a really screwed up sort of job to have, and you have to be very strong mentally and balanced in order not to start thinking that everybody is a frickin', danger to society. So there's a human factor in all of this, and the jobs that the roles that people play. I truly believe, like I said at the halfway point, is that the problem, most of it, could be kind of sort of addressed. It's never going to be perfect at the legal law politician level, where they keep cycling the same people and pushing for more and more stacking up of laws that people have no choice but to go against. I think that the problem is with these career lifelong politicians and the amount of ways they've tried to make American human beings pay by force. So I think that the problem lies there mostly, and then the rest is human and the situations they're put in because of that. So I don't know. I think
right. I hear you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I hear you. I hear you. I think that the thing is that it's like with the drug war, right? The cops know that the drug war doesn't work. The cops know that the drug war puts their lives 10 times more at risk, right? You cut out the drug war and you're going to end 95% of policemen's deaths, okay? So they know that, and they know that it's going to end all this crime, and yet you don't hear cops speaking out. I mean, it's going to, they say, oh, we just want to make it home to our families at night, but and they know that if they ended the drug war, it would end 95% of crime. It's like, or 95% of cops' deaths, it would probably end somewhere between 70 and 80% of crime, and allow them to focus on the real criminals, the white-collar people. But the cops don't want that. The cops want you don't ever hear them speaking out. I mean, I was so surprised. I published a video about a month ago in which the police chiefs across Canada are calling for the decriminalization of all drugs, personal drugs, because they don't want to keep dying for something that, I mean, it's just not working, dude. And yet no cops are speaking out against it in this country. If they did, maybe we'd be able to move forward a little bit, because we could go, okay, the police understand there's a problem here, and we can start making something different happen. But the cops don't want to give away any power, and not only that, they don't want their budgets cut. You cut 50% of crime, and there's a reason why we don't need all these cops and all this fucking policing and blah blah blah, right? So
yeah.
It's not like they're not, like they're definitely culpable with they're a big part of the problem, dude. The police have to admit that they are the problem. They are a big part of the problem, so that we can move forward with the people that are in the streets. Because the people in the streets, you know what they want? They want cops that they can look at like they're heroes. Every black mother in America wants to be able to tell her children that the police are the heroes. If you have a problem, run to the police. Do you think any black mothers tell their children that right now? In America?
No, I don't think so. Look, I don't think so, and in fact, I don't think a lot of people don't. Just generally across the board. But I look. So at the same time, they're not going to get what they want. The protesters, in my opinion, this is only my opinion, and what do I know? But they're not going to get what they want if their attention is the cops correcting themselves. They are focusing on the arm and not the head of the source.
Well,
they only do what they're told to do via law and the court systems and all that.
Right.
So these people that are protesting out there, yes, the effect is grand, not taking that away, but I'm just suggesting, all I'm suggesting is that if they were to gather and create a sort of like sophisticated political push, and go and start doing lawsuits and all sorts of stuff, they could flood the system and they could really screw things up in a powerful way and be effective. But this whole thing that's going on, sure, go ahead. As long as it's not violent, no problemo. But they should focus in going to their council halls and doing all that so that they can push and get these politicians that are career politicians. They could care less, really. I mean, I can't speak for them, but honestly, if you've spent 30 years in frickin' office, and nothing changes and I'm sorry. So I think that a little bit of that would do a lot of good, apart from walking the street. It is all I'm saying. But the police, dude, the police are just going to simply follow whatever, and by the way, if the police don't exist, let's say you and I have a disagreement about your lawn, a tree fell on my lawn, and you and I don't like each other, let's say, and multiply that by thousands, and people have disagreements, and they settle it on their own. Most people, I believe, would settle it correctly, decently, but there's a good percentage that are going to say, oh yeah, neighbor, I'm going to whack you across the head with this. And so you do need a legal system, you do need an enforcement arm, but what you don't need is excessive laws and career politicians, because all these things are symptoms of what the government has produced, with people trying to claw themselves into the government for years and years and years. That's my sort of opinion.
Well, you say that, but when you say they're not really accomplishing anything except for making a statement in the street, I mean, they've already cut the New York City police budget by $1 billion. They cut the Los Angeles City Police Department by $150 million, and they've banned the Seattle Police Department from even possessing pepper spray, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, tear gas. They're not allowed to possess it anymore, and they can't give it to other police stations. They have to destroy it. Okay, I think those are some pretty big steps, at least in my neighborhood.
I agree with you, and you're right that those are some huge steps, and they're doing it locally. So I get your point. I get what you're saying. I don't disagree with that as being effective. I just wish, that I don't know, man. I kind of just wish that people. Okay, I'll leave you with this bit. I was shocked to see so much destruction occurring at such a random level to people randomly, because we did see a lot of that. And that really shook me when I saw so much randomness and violence toward people that I would consider, you don't know if they're innocent of everything, right? But if you don't know, you're going to take a guess by hitting them upside the head with a brick? I don't know. So, and I get what you said, like I didn't misunderstand you. They're not the majority of the people protesting, so I do understand that.
It's not that they're, no. It's not that they're not the majority, it's that they're less than 1% of the people protesting. That's the facts. Okay, so it's not anywhere close to the majority. It really isn't anything to do with these people. It's just some fucking retard who became, you know, retarded and fucking hurt someone. Okay, that's not who these people are.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll take that with me, Mom. And I do want to say that. So I guess.
What's your name? What's your name?
Eloy.
Eloy. That's a cool name. How do you spell it?
Eloy.
Nice. But I've never heard that one before. Is it short for something?
Well, it's short. It's a derivative of Elias.
Ah. Right on.
Dude, I'll just say this. You know, I appreciate your work all these years, and you've always been. I've always, and that's why I say it. You've always been open to all points of view. You have your own points of, but you've always been open ever since you started putting yourself in front of the camera. And even prior to that, you've always maintained this sort of just let people consume the information, and so that it's freely available. And you know, that's a very honorable thing. So in my book, you're awesome, and I appreciate the time that you took to speak with me, even though I had some things that, you know, but I did want to put those out there for you to listen to. So, you know, kudos to you always.
Yeah, Eloy, thanks. It's really good. Thanks for calling. I appreciate it very much, and it's good to hear from you. And I'm glad we had a chance to talk. I look forward to us talking to again sometime in the not too distant future. Okay.
Thank you, and be good. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Okay, talk to you soon. I hope. Bye. That's Eloy. Let's see. Did I play that one? I played the Murder Hornets. I have more videos for you. Let's see. We were talking about protesters and police union. Yeah, the protesters in Seattle have chosen their enemy, and it is the police union. And the reason that they have chosen the police union to go to war with is because the police union is what's, they say the police union is what's keeping the city council from moving forward with changes to you know, the fucked up policing that's going on. So I'll play that for you now.
Right now, some business owners in Soto are concerned that they could become new targets for rioters.
Some of them spent the day cleaning up after an anti-police union protest last night turned violent and was declared a riot, ending with 4 officers hurt and 18 people arrested. KEMO's Jonathan Cho joins us live in Soto with the very latest. And Jonathan, this is a very well-known commercial neighborhood.
Yeah, it is, Mary, and right behind me is that police union headquarters here on 4th Avenue, surrounded by all kinds of business. Now, no reports of any major damage from Sunday night, but some business owners are now wondering what happens if the rioters come back.
Flashbangs scattered rioters as they approached the headquarters of the Seattle Police Officers Guild.
I don't want any recourse.
But for some people running businesses in Soto, like this man who wants to remain anonymous,
I always thought this is a great place to be. We got the police guild next door. We'll be safe.
There's now some concern of guilt by association.
I would rather that place be on North Seattle so I don't have to worry at night. I didn't sleep last night.
Authorities say this started out as an anti-police protest Sunday evening, then devolved into people throwing rocks, bottles, and fireworks. Several officers were injured. Pepper spray and blast balls used to break up the crowd.
We want some protection.
Moonwoo's countertop business on 4th Avenue near SPOG headquarters did not get touched, but she's worried if there's a next time.
Make a damage for the property.
18 people were arrested, and right now 4 could be facing felony charges.
I don't think that the people that are doing this really is indicative of the whole movement. I think there is people who see this as an opportunity for anarchy.
Some store owners spent the morning picking up trash, debris, and shell casings left over from the flashbangs. David Wright says he's not worried about being targeted, but is getting tired of the mayhem.
I think they should go protest where they live and where they work and make a change where they are.
Now, no one with the police union got back to us. The headquarters remains boarded up, but is still open. Live from Seattle, Jonathan Cho, KOMO News.
Thank you, Jonathan. Out on the campaign trail today in Minnesota, President Trump brought up the recent protests in Seattle and the Capitol Hill occupied protest. He repeated previous claims that police moved in to break up the CHOP after he threatened federal action.
Look at what's going on with Seattle. I mean, this is a city. This is a real city. And they took over a large portion of that city. And they knew we were going in the following day. They knew it. So they sent their police in. And it was like nobody ever gave up so easily as those characters.
Police ultimately cleared the CHOP on July 1st, arresting more than 40 people. The president placed the blame for violent protests here on what he calls radical left anarchists. Since the protests started more than a month ago, there has been a lot of controversy and a lot of questions asked about the methods police can and can't use to control crowds. KOMO's Matt Markovich is digging into the latest developments. He'll have much more coming up at 6:30.
All right, so that's what we have going on here now, and it's a call-in show, so if anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397, 805 Mox News. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. Hey, Chris, how's it going, man? I'm good. Thanks for calling.
I'm doing well. I sent Craig a photo of one of those babies earlier tonight, and it's doing really well. Flowering, very beautiful.
Excellent. Yeah, I put a couple of I put a couple of my plants outside. They really seem to like it outside.
Oh yeah, and hopefully they'll have another 6 weeks to keep flowering. You know, because I hope our summer lasts that long. I'm sure it will. It was like, what, 98 degrees in Olympia yesterday. Almost a record, but like 1 degree away from a record. It was pretty hot up there, too, yeah?
Yeah, it's supposed to be the hottest day for this date, right? For August 16th. It was like the hottest August 16th in 10 years, supposedly.
Yeah, it's pretty warm. Apparently, on Sunday, I think it was, it's on Sunday, so that would have been yesterday, the hottest day in 107 years, I think, was recorded in Death Valley. So on Sunday, it got up to 130 degrees in Death Valley. So it's possibly the hottest global temperature ever recorded.
Huh.
And it says the desert topped out at 130 degrees Fahrenheit. This is from InsideHook.com. 130 degrees Fahrenheit, making it the hottest temperature recorded in the United States since 1913, and probably the hottest temperature ever recorded in the world. And they say that there was a temperature of 134 degrees recorded at Death Valley in 1913, but many experts say that the temperature reading, along with other temperatures recorded that summer, could have been observer errors because they didn't have the same technology that we have. And then also there was a reading of 131 degrees in Tunisia, North Africa, but that also, according to this article, said there were serious credibility issues. So it's definitely the hottest temperature recorded since 1931 in the world, probably the hottest temperature since 1913 in California yesterday, down there near where Wilco lives.
It's very hot. 130 degrees is like, I can't imagine. You definitely are frying eggs on the hood of your car.
Exactly. So that was another watershed for 2020. Not only did we get COVID-19, but we also got the hottest day ever recorded, ever. There was a story I wanted to share from antiwar.com that I didn't see any news clips of. And antiwar.com, David DeCamp says today, President Trump says stolen Iranian fuel sent to Houston. And the article says, the U.S. confirmed on Friday it seized 1.1 million barrels of Iranian fuel that was bound for Venezuela. Trump said the 4 oil tankers that are carrying the fuel are headed to Houston. We have 4 of our 4 tankers. They're going to Houston, and there And they're there. Iran is not supposed to be doing that, and so we did. We seized the tankers and removing them and moved to Houston, Trump said on Friday. And then the article goes on to talk about violations of maritime law and, you know, how they don't really go into detail about how they got these ships, but apparently they did use the military to surround these ships or encourage them to change route and go to Texas. And that, you know, that's kind of ridiculous, right? Are we at war with Iran or something, or Venezuela, right? I guess technically we're at war with them if they're not allowed to trade oil with each other.
It's really messed up what's happening there, dude. They tried to do the arms embargo with them, you know, where Iran's not allowed to trade weapons, like no one's allowed to sell weapons to Iran, and Iran's not allowed to sell weapons to anyone. They try to do an embargo they had a vote today in the UN, and I think only the British sided with the United States in order to keep that embargo going in place. So that is no longer a thing.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good news. Because,
yeah. Well, I don't know that it's good news that you know, the United States now stands alone, but you know, hopefully it's good. I'm glad that, you know, Iran isn't the evil villains in the world. It's kind of sad that the United States is, but yeah, it's better, I guess.
Also, the reason I mentioned that story about the oil is the people of Venezuela are also under embargo, and the price of oil has plummeted significantly, which means they're not getting a lot of resources. I guess they have refineries there. So I don't know. I just see it as like punishing the poorest people in the world because you don't agree with the government that they elected isn't very democratic or respectful. You know, the people of Venezuela elected their government. We've been trying to overthrow their government, you know, for the last 5 years or so, and as a result of that, a lot of people are suffering, and Americans, of course, don't hear anything about. We don't hear anything about that. This Democratic National Convention going on this week, all of those clowns, including Bernie Sanders, have been pretty quiet about what was going on, trying to overthrow the government of Maduro in Venezuela. Just another reason to be pissed off at the Democrats.
Yeah, the Democrats are they're just no better. I mean, they're just not better than the Republicans. Again, it's impossible to look at either side and think that they're on your side. And if you do, you are a sucker. That's all there is to it. I've said again and again, it's these evil people talking to these suckers, and these evil people talking to those suckers. There's no one on the left and no one on the right. You've just been suckered into believing that that's the fact, but it's not.
Brainwashed, yeah, programmed, brainwashed, taught to believe, you know, belief. It's all irrational. It's not really in the interest. If you're a working person, it's not in your interest to support either of those political parties, the landed people like the Republicans, or the managers who say they represent you, the Democrats, who really don't. So whatever, you're not going to win by voting for either of those parties. I'm looking at Bernie Sanders' Twitter feed right now, and here's some of the things that Bernie Sanders is saying today, now an hour ago. We must come together to defeat Trump and elect Biden and Harris, our next president and vice president. My friends, the price of failure is too great to imagine. He says, I say to everyone who supported other candidates in the primary and to those who have voted for Trump in the last election, the future of democracy is at stake. The future of our economy is at stake. The future of our planet is at stake. Ever heard that word, hyperbole?
Yeah.
A little bit of hyperbole there. Yeah. Like, so that's Bernie Sanders, like, this evening.
Well,
quote,
I mean,
Trump
he's right. He's right about the future of the planet being at stake. It's just a matter of that, you know, somehow acting like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the fucking answer is idiotic. It's not, you know, it's not hyperbole. I mean, that's just fucking idiotic. I mean, you know, I mean the you know, because we are the future of the planet is at stake. But that's the real problem. It's not just the future of the planet. It's all of your children's future. Everyone who has a child that's not a billionaire on this planet, all your children's future are at stake. If you vote for a Republican or a Democrat, because those are the people that have brought us to this moment right here in history. They're the ones that are 110% responsible. Not the people voting, the people that are the Republicans and the Democrats in Congress. They're responsible. And it's never ever going to change a little tiny bit unless we get other people than R's and D's in there. And we all know that's the fact.
Yeah, it is a fact. And in fact, it might not even change unless we literally start a different form of government. Like if we literally take over and say, this clearly has not worked. What's been going on for the last 75 years hasn't worked. How can we take the best parts of our governance and make it work better so it's responsive to the needs of the people? Like a revolution. I think we're getting closer to that because of the way the corporations run everything in our world right now.
Yeah.
If we don't make a stand as people who are working class people, take a stand against those corporations, they will rule us, and they will use our own political system to rule us unless we wrest the power away from them and take the power away from them. That's the only solution. And I feel bad about some things that Trump is doing. Of course, I feel horrible, like opening up the Arctic refuge for oil drilling. He did that today up in Alaska. Obviously, that makes me feel sick, right? I don't know.
You know what I never understand about that, right? They call that the strategic reserves, right? And and I always think, well, if it's a reserves and it's so strategic, why the fuck don't we sit on it until there isn't any other oil available? Then it'll be really strategic, won't it? Huh? I mean, why the fuck would you use up all your strategic reserves because you can make a shiny penny today? Fuck that. That's fucking as short-sighted as it gets.
And remember, the economy goes through these business cycles and goes up and down and up and down. And the last time the economy was down, they invested all of this money into the shale oil industry and this development. 10 years ago in the Dakotas and in Wyoming and Montana, they developed these shale oil fields, and they're fracking up there to make processed natural gas and oil. Now that the economy is back down again, all of the money that they borrowed from before, they still owe, and the whole industry is going belly up. So it isn't like, what are they going to do? Invest all of this money into extracting oil in Alaska? They'll spend all of this money until the economy drops again, and then they'll just leave all of this equipment, leave all of these wells, leave the cut trees, just leave it in sight until the economy comes back again. That's how capitalism works. And it doesn't benefit the caribou or the polar bears
or the fucking people at the gas pump.
Or the people at the gas pump. And it doesn't benefit the planet either. So, I mean, there's so many ways we could look at it, and we're not going to look at it as long as profit is the incentive. Like, why does he want to go up there and drill oil? Because his buddies who give the Republican Party money are going to profit from exploiting that oil. That's why he wanted to do what he was going to do. And as long as that's the only reason why people do things, and they can't take other things into consideration, like the impact it's going to have in the environment, for example, well, then we're going to have a problem, I think. And unfortunately, Bernie Sanders and the Democrats haven't, they're in Congress, and they dance around these corporations like the Republicans do, and avoid topics that are uncomfortable topics unless they can get some political leverage out of it. And it's pretty fucked up. So earlier in the conversation with David, you did mention Cowie Hawkins. And also Mike from Southern California mentioned the term sheepdogging. And I'm glad that he mentioned that term, because that is what Bernie Sanders is. And the person who came up with that idea, he's dead. His name was Bruce Dixon, and he was the managing editor of Black Agenda Report. And he wrote about that back in 2015, 2016, in the primaries of 2016. He realized right away that Sanders was sheepdogging back then, and he assumed the same role in 2020. So that's where that idea comes of like a herding dog that herds progressives back into the fold of the Democratic Party, you know, so that they can vote for the mainstream candidate in the general election.
Yeah.
Last time Hillary Clinton, this time Joe Biden. So this same journal, Black Agenda Report, had an interview with Howie Hawkins on August the 12th, and the title of the article is called Green Party Presidential Candidate Howie Hawkins Says Real Solutions Can't Wait. And there was one part of it I wanted to share with you, and this was about the police. This is the Green Party talking. This is Howie Hawkins' own words talking about what has to be done from the Green Party's perspective about the police, right? And I want to share it because it isn't something that you're going to hear this week in Milwaukee or the virtual convention. And this is what he says. He says, "We support the defund and abolition demands, but we also call for community control of the police as an indispensable demand. The policing system we have is what the politicians, at the behest of the real estate industry of landlords, developers, lawyers, and bankers that fund their political careers, designed to keep downscale people, particularly black people, down and out of upscale communities. They police the school districts and municipal lines of the new Jim Crow of growing race and class segregation and mass incarceration. Because the police internally police themselves, they are able to get away with murders, assaults, and other crimes, notably the civil asset forfeiture racket. Community control of the police means police commissions that are publicly elected or selected from the community by lot, like juries. The police commissions would have the power to hire and fire police chiefs, set policies and budgets, investigate and discipline police misconduct. The Black Lives Matter movement settles for reforms to policing practices like banning chokeholds and other use of force reforms, without changing who governs the police and who they work for. Police brutality and racism will continue. We support the defund demand of divesting from police budgets and investing in community needs. We go further because there is not enough money in police department budgets to house the homeless instead of charging them with criminal offenses, to provide medical treatment for the addicted instead of criminal drug charges, or to provide decent schools and health care in poor communities. We call for defunding the military as well and investing those funds in the jobs, community-owned businesses, housing, schools, and health care that are needed in racially oppressed communities that have been segregated, discriminated against, and exploited for generations. Racially oppressed communities are not only protesting police brutality and constant harassment stemming from over-policing for low-level offenses and non-criminal behavior, they are also protesting the failure of the police to solve violent and serious property crimes in their community. Violent crimes like homicide, rape, and assault are only 5% of arrests. Serious property crimes like burglary, larceny, car theft account for 12%. The police only make arrests in 25% of those crimes. 60% of the victims of those crimes do not report them, often because they fear the police will charge them because they were at the scene of the crime. These communities complain that the police are always around to harass them and never around when they need them to get dangerous criminals off the street. Abolition of policing as we know it means reimagining a public safety system that will serve and protect people, oppressed communities, instead of the existing power structure. Community control of the police is how we can do that. It was a little long, but I wanted to, but that was the guy who's running for the Green Party. Those were his own words, and that's what they want to do. And the reason I mention this is it's drastically different than what the Democrats have put forward, who have put forward the guy who created the laws that put the people in jail and the prosecutor who prosecuted people to enforce those laws to put them in jail. That's who they put at the top of their ticket. And to say that, like, they're just totally ignoring what these demonstrations in Portland and Seattle and in other cities, like in Louisville, other demonstrations that you've shown in Chicago, just ignoring their own constituents on the streets, telling them they're sick of the way things are run. And that was Howie Hawkins' position. There was a Gallup poll that was released. This is from Reason.com. I think it's from today. No, it's from the 13th of August. And the article says, most Americans do not trust cops very much. A new Gallup poll reveals. It says this. Most Americans do not trust cops much, according to a new poll. That public confidence in the police is at a record low level. From 2019 to 2020, Gallup reports confidence in the police fell 5 points to 48%, marking the first time in the 27-year trend that this reading is below the majority level. Since Gallup began asking the question in 1993, the share of American adults who said they had a great deal or a lot of confidence in the police has ranged from 52 to 64%. In the latest poll conducted in June and early July, that number fell to 48%, while 33% of respondents said they had some confidence in the police, 17% said they had very little, and 2% said none. And it goes on to say that these numbers are in response to these demonstrations.
Yeah.
And that, to me, says that the demonstrators have succeeded in showing the American public that there are problems with policing in the United States, and that public attitudes in the last 60, 90 days have shifted on this issue of police brutality, and that's a good thing.
I really hope so. I think I mean I would really like to see stop. I'm so tired of these people acting like defunding the police or decriminalizing drugs and stuff like that. Taking any power away from the cops is just like such a horrific idea. I mean, that's the way it seems like it's been for the last 50 years in America. And I'm really fucking tired of that shit.
It's also time, I think it's time for some of these cops to fucking be held accountable.
Fuck yeah.
Like if 1,000 people a year are killed by the police, and let's even give them some slack, all right, and say 30% of them were like weird situations. Well, let's just say 700 people were killed without reason. That's every one of those people, as far as I'm concerned, who was killed. That cop needs to be prosecuted for manslaughter, prosecuted for second-degree murder or whatnot, and put on a stand and charged for a crime. As that isn't fair to those family members of those people who were like George Floyd's family members, for example. Like some guy was killed by a cop. Cop is never held accountable. So I want to see some justice.
Yeah.
And see some of these cops be held accountable retroactively. Something happened 3 years ago, fuck it. They didn't do anything. Police union, the cities didn't do anything about it. Often in democratically controlled cities, didn't do anything about it. I'd like to see some accountability. It's time for accountability. I saw an article from United Press International. This is the last one that I'll share tonight, that says the Toronto Police Department has agreed to a $12.5 million settlement for mass arrest from the G20 demonstrations in 2010. It's good news.
Yeah.
It says, 10 years after mass arrest in Toronto at the 2010 G20 Economic Summit, the Toronto Police Services Board will pay $12.5 billion settlement to members of a class action lawsuit of 1,100 people who were arrested and held by police during the protest. Those arrested will be entitled to payments between $3,780 and $81,700, and their criminal records for the arrest will be expunged. And it goes on to describe the events that occurred. It said, Good was one of the demonstrators, and 250 others were netted by police in a technique known as kettling. And when they were encircled by a wall of police officers, Good and others were held in the rain for 4 hours with no access to food, toilets, is what the lawsuit alleged. And obviously other people were abused that day. They said that 39 of the people arrested were injured, 97 officers were injured, and 40 shops were vandalized during the demo. But the good news is that the police department was held accountable.
Yeah.
And they're going to pay out. And it took them 10 years in court to get that settlement. And I say it's encouraging because maybe in 10 years, some of these demonstrators here in the United States will get some justice when they go through the legal system. One of the drawbacks from these demos, and I mentioned this at the beginning, is whenever somebody gets arrested, whether it's civil disobedience, nonviolent civil disobedience, or resisting arrest at a demonstration like this, it means that that person is going to be going through the judicial process. They're going to have a lawyer. They're going to have an arraignment, all the things, a possibility of a jury trial. Do they want to take a plea?
Yeah.
All of those things for every one of the people who was arrested. And it ends up sucking resources out of the community of activists, because people who support the activist are going to have to kick down money and time for lawyers or find pro bono lawyers. So it ends up being a big ordeal, not just going to the demo and getting arrested to do your thing, but going to the demo and getting arrested and recognizing the responsibility that entails, which means going through this entire process. It's really a big deal. My ex went through this. I have many friends who go through this, right?
Yeah.
And you have to have some financial resources,
Yeah.
or you have to be plugged into some nonprofits who are willing to help you out. And it's just something to think about. If people want to participate, I encourage participation, but recognize, if you're going to get arrested, there's cost involved, and it's going to take time. And sometimes in this case, like in Toronto, it took them 10 years for their case to work their way through the courts and get some recompensation.
Yeah. Well, it is good to hear that they are getting some recognizing wrong done.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially to protesters, because the protesters are just vilified every way, And you were reading the stats of who got injured and stuff. All these fucking police stories, every one of these protest stories that I play, they'll talk about how many cops got injured. Oh, 4 cops were injured. But they never talk about how many protesters were injured, And I can guarantee you, if 4 cops were injured, probably dozens of protesters were injured.
We'll take into consideration, the police officers are dressed up like hockey players, right? I mean, they're completely padded, their knees, their elbows, they have clubs, come on,
Yeah.
They're literally
Right.
dressed for battle, right? They've been professionally suited to battle the public. And the public, some people have homemade shields, and they have lasers, they have their tools and techniques and weapons that they're using against police, but they certainly don't have the same resources that the police have. So I'm sure that the injuries that the protesters receive are greater than the injuries that the cops receive.
Yeah, it's like with the Palestinians and the Israelis, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Israeli soldier might not get a black eye or something, but they're shooting protesters in the legs with live ammunition.
Yeah, the Palestinians send balloons floating over the border, and the Israelis rain down lead from shells and depleted uranium from shelling that's going on 24/7. It's a pretty big difference.
Speaking of the Israelis and their tactics, how they deal with protesters, just remember Joe Biden, when asked about policing and police brutality, said well, I don't think instead of just shoot them in the chest, they should shoot them in the leg. That's what kind of a compassionate person Joe Biden is, right? Encouraging the police to shoot people in the leg.
Yeah, his brain doesn't work right, dude. His
brain doesn't work right. And what the hell is up with this convention, Mike? Is this in Milwaukee, or what is going on with this? Are there actually people in Wisconsin now, or
as far as I can tell, there's no people in Wisconsin. At least as far as I can tell so far, it doesn't look like it to me.
So this is just going to be Bill and Hillary Clinton in their house out in upstate New York, and it's going to be the Obamas sitting at their house in their living room in Hyannisport, they're in Boston, and it's going to be is that what this is going to be? All these people are just going to be sitting in their mansions and talking real serious about how Donald Trump is a horrible human being? Is that's it, right?
Yeah, they seem to be incorporating the COVID-19 an awful lot. How, Donald Trump has completely failed us with the COVID-19.
Yeah, I am really proud of you and Craig, and I completely agree with you, both of you, about the exaggerated nature of this Corona-19, and I really appreciate how y'all have consistently showed how ridiculous the lockdown is, and it's pathetic that a lot of people can't see this, and that they're living in fear, the monster in the box. And it sure seems suspicious now that the election's like in full swing. Now they're just going to use this as a big stick to beat Trump with. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's really strange. I mean, it's awfully convenient for the Democrats. There's just no doubt about that.
All right. I'm going to listen to some of the other callers again. I really appreciate the calls tonight, and I hope everyone in chat and everyone out there listening is doing well, and look forward to talking to you another night.
Right on, Chris. Well, it's always good to hear from you, and I look forward to talking to you soon. I'll get Craig to show me the picture.
Yeah, I took. Anyway, I hope you appreciate the photos.
Right on.
Have a good night, Mike.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Yeah. Peace.
All right. So that's our buddy Chris from Olympia, and I have a quick video here about. I want to play a video about protesters in Belarus, because the protesters in Belarus are coming out in massive numbers. They're demanding a new election. They're being brutalized and dragging off to fucking dungeons and beaten. So again, I always stand with the protesters. The people in the street are a beautiful thing, and they're always the brave, because they're standing up against people that would rather see them dead than pretty much anything else. So, it's kind of like a standing up for the little guy kind of thing. You want to stand up for, the people. You want to stand with the people. The people have all the power when they stand together. And I think that's what's being shown in Belarus, where they're not going to take the shit off the fucking government no more. And I wish, when you look at the size of these crowds, I wish this was us all in Washington, D.C., surrounding the White House, surrounding the Congress, surrounding the Pentagon. I really do. And I hope that one day that's what we'll see, because when, because it's what needs to happen. We need to take back all the power. We need to not just defund the police, as Chris was saying, or Howie Hawkins, the presidential candidate for the Green Party. We need not to just defund the police, but we also need to defund the military, massively. Spend 10 times more than all the other countries combined. You ready? Boom. Belarus protest. These people know how to do it. They're doing it right. Take notes.
Alexander Lukashenko has ruled Belarus for nearly 27 years. Today, his grip looks a little more shaky. He gave a speech at a factory to show he's in control, and instead got heckled and booed and told to quit. But despite massive protests this weekend, he still insists he's not going to call a new election. Here's the latest from the BBC's Jonah Fisher.
This was the day the workers turned on Alexander Lukashenko. Thousands downing tools and marching to a tractor factory. While the strikers rallied outside, Belarus's beleaguered president arrived by helicopter to address those who'd stayed at work. He was no doubt hoping for a friendly crowd. What he got was a public relations disaster.
Я сказал все, можете кричать, уходи.
Outside the plant was Maria Kolesnikova, pretty much the only opposition leader who hasn't been arrested or fled the country.
For 26 years, the authorities have humiliated us. Thank you for not being afraid. We are not the little people. We are the nation.
Are you worried about your own safety?
No, I'm not worried. I feel me very safe here with my people in Belarus.
What is your message to the international community as they watch what's happening here?
We are very thankful for support of Belarus, and please, only with love and dialogue we can change our lives and our countries.
Another sign of the president's weakening grip on power came at state TV, where programming was disrupted this morning. Outside, striking employees chanted, "Tell the truth." For the last week, government-controlled media has almost entirely avoided the demonstrations and the torture of activists. The momentum is certainly with the protesters, who seem to grow in confidence with every passing day.
It's very hard to see any way back from this politically for the president. The last few days have shown Belarusians willing to take to the streets and to stand up against him. That surely can't be reversed. The big question now is more when and how he goes, and whether it happens peacefully.
Jonah Fisher, BBC News, Minsk.
OK, well, let's get more now from the BBC's Sarah Rainsford. Sarah, you're in Moscow, and this is being talked about as a split between Russia and, again, the West, a bit like Ukraine in 2014. Is that the right analogy?
Well, certainly, I think, Belarus is just as important to Russia as Ukraine once was and still remains. But I think there are differences. I mean, certainly, Russia does not want to see Belarus slip out of its grip. It is, as far as Moscow is concerned, part of its historic backyard. So I think it's watching extremely carefully. There has been a statement here from the Kremlin that they will honour a collective security treaty that the two countries have. So theoretically, that could mean Russian security forces going into Belarus essentially to support Mr. Lukashenko. But I think, the Kremlin isn't daft. It's watching what's happening on the streets of Belarus. It sees that these protests are not pro-EU. They're not pro-NATO like they were in Ukraine. These are not anti-Russian protests. They're anti-Lukashenko. And I think the Kremlin knows that barging in to prop up Alexander Lukashenko right now could actually backfire. It could actually turn Belarusians, who are generally very much pro-sympathetic to Russia, could turn them against Moscow instead.
The pictures are, dramatic. We're seeing these huge crowds, particularly over the weekend, in protest against Lukashenko. But so far, we've not seen either the army or the police jumping ship. Is it inevitable that he goes?
No, I don't think we should say that. This is a man who has endured for 26 years, so inevitable I would not say. Certainly I think it is, as you say, critical that the security forces are standing firm. They have been an absolute prop of his regime for so many years, and they're not wavering. We saw what they can do just a few days ago with that brutal treatment of protesters, but obviously that backfired to some extent for Mr. Lukashenko when it fueled the protests. It brought people out on this general strike that we're now seeing spread across the country. But this is difficult for Belarusians. Striking as a state employee, you're going to lose your job, you're going to lose your wage. It's a difficult calculus. So keeping up the momentum for the protesters is really important. And if they can't, then of course Mr. Lukashenko has a stronger chance of staying in power. So I think it's still all to play, although he is looking today.
Sarah, we're looking at the pictures of the protesters there. A lot of them are young. A lot of the opposition figures are young. What's their politics, though? You mentioned that they're not necessarily pro-Western, pro-NATO. What is their politics?
Well, I think it's interesting that, yes, there has been this kind of young vanguard, but I think what's kind of struck me is that how broad, how diverse the crowd now is that's coming out and calling for change, and including, of course, as I say, these state employees, people at factories, workers, the real backbone of Alexander Lukashenko's support for so many years. So people who, if they weren't necessarily voting for the opposition, voting for Svetlana Tikhanovskaya at the beginning, saw the brutality by the police, by the security forces, and really were angered, infuriated by that. Many people in recent days have said to me, there is no way back. We can't forgive that. And so I think, it's less really about the geopolitics and the dynamics, the demographics of this. I think it's really quite guttural for people. It's quite emotional. This is about someone crossing a line and them saying, no, we won't accept that anymore.
Okay, Sarah Rainsford, thank you so much for joining us, Sarah, from Moscow there. It's really interesting watching all of those crowds coming out day after day, taking huge risks in a state that is so controlled by Lukashenko.
That mama bear had got those kids paying attention really closely. They're like, wait, this is where salmon comes from? No way. See, she pulled that, she caught that one salmon, and then she pulled it over to a rock, and she fed the little baby bears. You see that? It just happened a minute ago. I showed you. I love nature. It's so perfect. See that little otter? See the little otters? Time for a nappy in his little crib. Hope he's okay. He looks like he had trouble moving out of the water. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, it's Ash. How you doing, man?
Good. How about you, Ash?
Oh, I've been busy as hell here, dude. Busy as hell.
Busy is
I
good.
got a bunch of stuff to talk to you about. I told Mark, Wolko, a few days ago. I also told Chris, who's one of the mods of my channel, Sangha, if he's watching this sometime in the future. So something happened, and I have an announcement to make because, we share some of our audience, so I just thought it would be appropriate because that and I got a bunch of other shit to talk about. So YouTube doesn't really want me talking, so I can't really address this on my end. So anyway, Chris from Olympia, great call, by the way. Just had to throw that out there, as always. So what happened was I'm not going to mention it because of what's happening recently, but it's a letter of the alphabet. And, yeah. So I was talking about that letter of the alphabet, which is also a type of clearance for the Department of Energy. I'll just leave it at that. And what happened was back in 2015, I was contacted by a member of the Department of Homeland Security who lives in my local area. And he was telling me about something called the Forum, which is in St. Louis, Missouri, which is basically a human trafficking hub. One thing led to another, and basically I asked the guy, why can't you bust that up? Why is there such an issue? And he said basically the Obama Department of Justice will not greenlight any operations. And he said that there was approximately 1,200 people that they had listed just in the Quad Cities by Iowa, just there alone, that were in some way related to this. He said that there would be an individual that would come out of, he's not a Republican, but he would step forward and run for president. And he would be a New Yorker, and this guy would, quote, attempt to save the country. Well, that's very interesting because that's literally what is supposedly this conspiracy theory that is of the same letter, that there is a satanic cult that is involved in this type of behavior. And, of course, when you look at Molech, of course, how that, ties into Jeffrey Epstein and all these other people, you know, we come to the conclusion that there's obviously some kind of a connection here, especially when you look at Bohemian Grove, a bunch of other things. And that's all I said, you know, in my video.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I said. And one thing led to another, and we go from 8 likes and 43 views within about an hour. It was going to be a very good video, you know, this continued to multiply. So what happened was the likes plummeted to 0, and the dislikes shot up to 2, and the views were capped at 43.
Huh.
And I documented that and made a follow-up called Dear Subscribers. And I am motherfucking furious at this goddamn piece of shit platform called YouTube.
Yeah.
These people have been caught red-handed fucking with my goddamn videos, and I'm sick of it. And come to find out, as you know, I was talking to some people in chat earlier about maybe 40 minutes to an hour ago. This letter of the alphabet, because I'm doing this for your sake, because sometimes some people even say this letter, and, you know, it's, you know, an issue. So apparently the FBI, which of course is, you know, under Trump's Department of Justice by Bill Barr, has listed this particular, quote, conspiracy theory as a domestic terror threat. So just by even mentioning it, you will be majorly fucked with. And so I am no longer going to be making YouTube videos that will be of a political or of a serious nature, because I don't think it's worth it anymore. My videos will continue to be up. I'll continue to be around. I'm still here, but I am not going to risk getting terminated over something as stupid as this. I didn't even say I believed in it. All I said was, here's this story. I think this is pretty weird that now people are attaching names to these stories. You know, like the Obamagate thing, with the wiretapping and all that sort of thing. Yeah, like, you know, I heard of that years ago. And it wasn't called no Obamagate or whatever. It was just, you know, Obama wiretapping and blah, blah, blah. It's no different than this particular letter that is this clearance. And what that has anything to do with this story, I don't know. Maybe because of the whole satanic cult thing and how that ties into this, but I don't know. I would just like to let everybody know that, and let everyone know what's been going on my end of my channel and everything. And I'm still here. You know, I'm not going away. I'm not going to be intimidated, but I just don't think it's worth it to, you know, continue with that.
Well, you have to continue what you do the way you choose to do it. You know, I mean,
yeah.
Look, I've never let the YouTube censors win, and don't intend to as of now. You know, I mean, they've tried to get rid of me, and they have limited my videos in many ways.
Right.
But you know, I'm still here, and I do what it is I want to do, and that's because I wouldn't know any other way to do things. You know, I can't conform to whatever it is they want me to conform to. I just can't do that. I don't know how, and wouldn't want to. And it's just not in me. You know, I'm gonna do things the way I want to do it. Otherwise, I'm not gonna do them. So I completely understand why you'd want to say, yeah, I'm not gonna do that shit anymore, because people are fucking with it.
Yeah, big time. That and the fact, you know, I don't want to be accused of domestic terrorism or spreading disinformation or some shit and getting charged because I made a video. I mean, bottom line is that's a violation of my First Amendment rights.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, that's one of those things where you can't, you know, you can't fear. I mean, it's like, oh, I don't want to get my name on a list. Well, you know, it's a little late for that, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. You guys do good. I tell you what, you guys are blessed as it is. You guys have been fighting this fucking system and these people for, you know, forever. You know, even before this this channel on YouTube or even YouTube existed. And, you know, every now and then, man, you get a show. I was one of those callers, you know, that called and then and thank you and everything, and that's going to continue forever.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know very many channels where people this frequently call in and say, hey, I remember this, or hey, you know, I'd like to thank you. I remember years ago and such, and you know, I didn't know you did call-ins, and I didn't know that you were still around. And you know, I've never seen that before, man. And I tell you one thing, I think that we are, you know, especially with the protests and everything going on in this country, the economy, everything. I don't think that sunny days will be here again for a long time, you know, so to speak, if they were ever here to begin with. What we're seeing currently is people are asking pretty profound questions to problems we have had for decades, that there's been talk of solutions, but they've never been tried before. For example, like the war on drugs. Why is there a war? You know, we've been doing that for forever, since Nixon, and technically even before then.
The real question is, what has been accomplished with the war on drugs?
Exactly.
Doesn't matter why there is one, because that's a bunch of bullshit. We've established what we can accomplish with the war on drugs, and basically we've accomplished a heroin epidemic on the war on drugs, which is exactly because you say, what is the reason for the war on drugs? And I say, they would tell you, so that we don't have a heroin epidemic in this country, right? You know, we have to protect the children from a heroin epidemic. Imagine how horrible that would be. Well, that's what we got from the war on drugs. So it needs to fucking end.
Right. It does. It's a pretty major problem. And of course I've been placed in timeout by Craig, so whatever. But you know, whatever. I don't fucking give a shit, man. I back you, don't I?
I don't know.
I've never talked shit about you. I support your channel. I just got done telling you that.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't.
Yeah, I'm serious. I was just about ready to respond to Craig in the chat, and all my stuff has just been put in timeout all of a sudden.
Huh. I don't know. I don't know.
And now deleted, so, alright, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, sorry.
Alright.
But,
well, what's
yeah, it's just crazy, man.
Yeah. The world's gone to a crazy place, dude. And you know, the main thing is not to get caught up in it, because it'll drive you crazy. So, you know, the thing is just to keep cool, and we'll get through it, and don't take shit too serious. I don't know what that's about it, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just about to respond, and yeah, 'cause I'm the producer. Well, okay. So the bottom line is, what I'm seeing in this country is people are asking profound questions. They want answers to things that have been going on for a long time. And I think defund the police is something that's been talked about for a long time, but was on the, I don't know, I guess you could say the fringes, but not really, because the mainstream media wouldn't even pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these are all part of the same thing. Same thing with marijuana legalization. I've heard that my entire life. I'm sure we all have. That didn't get picked up by any type of lawmakers until, like, I think 2007. And of course they were laughed at, and, you know, that's silly. And, well, that was until Colorado legalized it, and, you know,
yeah,
that's not so silly anymore. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, there can be change. Things can happen. We can get the ball rolling. And I think that this is a pretty big step in terms of these protests and these demonstrations, because there's no way to ignore those.
Things are happening. Things are happening, and the awareness grows, and the awareness grows. It's like you're saying with the evil that these politicians do and have done. You know, I mean, every day I really do believe that the awareness continues to grow. It is such a strange place that we're in because you know, this election, this is not like any election we've ever seen before. You know, they always have debates and all these things by now, and now they're doing their fucking stupid convention. There's not even anybody at a convention. You know, it's la la land, man.
Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah. I don't think we're having an election. It doesn't seem like we're having an election to me.
Yeah, that's very disturbing. Very disturbing. How can you have a convention with no one present and all the speakers pre-record their speeches?
Yeah.
And there's no, I just don't know. And the other thing is that a lot of people are now pointing out about this is a bunch of other countries all over the world, they're not having political conventions that are pre-recorded or where, there's no one in attendance or there's no delegation necessarily. It's very, very disturbing. And I think it might be a sign of things to come because if this is what the Democrats are doing, what are the Republicans going to do? So they could do a contrast to this, or maybe they'll do the same thing. I mean, the bellicose, authoritarian rhetoric from this president. I don't know if you saw this or not, but a few days ago, he was giving a sort of a roundtable discussion with all these police union leaders. And he just said, just off the cuff, just out in the open, oh, well, wouldn't it be easier to do something more harsher to the protesters? But that would be horrible, but, that would be easier, than using tear gas. But I don't know. It would be easier, but I don't think people would like it. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell?
And there's no doubt that they are considering using. I mean, we've seen the LRAD trucks on the streets in Portland. They haven't used them, but that's a big part of why I stay so focused on the protesters is because they start using devices like that. We want to make sure that we don't miss out on that because that's going to be a really big moment that everyone, the whole world needs to see.
Yeah. And again, Black Lives Matter and these protests are not just in this country. This is something that a lot of people overlook. Yeah. This is in the United Kingdom, Canada,
Australia,
Brazil, right, Australia, and I've heard even Mexico, which is interesting.
We saw
because a lot of
played protesters from New Zealand and Australia and South Africa. And I think a couple places in Europe. So, yeah, it's everywhere. You're right. It's all around the world.
Right. And one thing that I wanted to mention everyone out here is, and I don't know if this is necessarily indicative of what's going to happen this November or the general mood of the country or whatever, because I don't think that's the case. But Illinois has been seen as a state that almost always votes Democrat. But at the same time, they don't look into the fact that the majority of the state itself is very Republican-leaning. And it confuses a lot of people because when people drive through here, it's a bunch of cornfields and small towns. And Chicago basically carries the day, more or less. So do some of these other suburban areas that also tend to be more Democrat-leaning. Well, it's interesting because from people I've talked to, many of them are over-the-road truck drivers, so they, obviously they travel between the states. There has been one Joe Biden sign, just one. That's it. And it's in my hometown. There's been 5 in Champaign. There's 0 in Iowa that they've spotted, 0 in Indiana, and 0 in Missouri. So, like I said, I think it's fascinating because people are kind of pinching their nose and going for Biden just to get rid of Trump. And that, again, is not the solution. And I can have this argument 1,000 times with 1,000 people. And if people broke away from the two-party system, we could see states going Greens Party. We could see states going Libertarian. Maybe even another party, you know, and this is something that's been talked about for many years. We're tired of these choices. Kamala Harris and Mike Pence, Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Yeah. Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump. It's fucking, it's so insultive to the American people. It's no wonder people don't want to participate, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's just shocking to me that we have over 300 million people that live in this country. And it's just nuts. It's like, either people, like, don't want to run for president or political office in general, which, you know, who would blame them? Or the other thing is, the shit is rigged, and there's only certain choices. Because, I mean, we saw that with Gabbard, how she got screwed over. We saw that with Sanders, how he got screwed, and now he's sold out. If not, he was, you know.
It's not. No, look at Sanders. It's not Sanders got screwed. It's not Gabbard got screwed. Even though I'm pretty sure Gabbard got screwed. It's that the American people, the voters, get screwed. The people that are looking for an alternative and want to believe in still want to believe in the system. Still, after getting screwed again and again and again, still looking and trying. The Ron Paul supporters got screwed. Not Ron Paul. The Ron Paul supporters got screwed. You know, and we watch it happen. I mean, literally, the Fox people, the Fox News refused to allow Ron Paul to participate in a presidential campaign debate because. Primary debate because they didn't believe he was Republican, because he's not a real Republican. You know, fuck you. You know, I mean, it's like it's not about who's a real Republican. It's not about being a real Republican. It's about what the people want, and to act any other way is to be something that should be gotten rid of.
Yeah, it's very undemocratic to think of it, you know, otherwise, because they are to be the representatives of their constituents, of the American people,
supposedly.
Not some fucking party.
Supposedly, anyway.
And that's one thing that I've always been concerned with in the future, is that if we continue down this path of this two-party thing, you know what? I think a lot of people are becoming really disenfranchised.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to, like, because it's like, if people don't show up and, like, vote or make their voices heard, then, like, we don't really have a say. We don't even try. We'll be just kind of, like, in a sense, just, like, giving up. And that is really concerning, man. It's like, what I'm seeing right now is people don't give a shit about these two candidates. And it's like, you got the whole, well, Kamala Harris, first Asian woman, people don't give a shit about that. People care about the person.
Right.
They care about the person.
Yeah, this glass ceiling bullshit is, you know, it's nice and all, you know, to break a glass ceiling, but that's not the fucking point of the president, of the most important job in the world, you know. Is to get the most qualified person to have their finger on the nuclear trigger. Give me a break, Donald Trump. Fuck.
I know, right? And then from the Democrat side, they try to go by, like, what kind of cards do you have? Like, you got the woman card, you got the whatever.
Yeah.
That turns a lot of people off.
Yeah.
Because we're all human beings, and we're all brothers and sisters. You know.
Yeah.
Why are we looking at it based on, well, this person was from here or went to this school or what? It's so, and this is the irony of this. It's identitarian. They're taking people and chopping them up based on, like, gender or race or whatever, and then separating each other and putting them in these little separate camps. And that's, last I checked, that's called divide and rule.
Yep.
Or in this case, you know, divide and not rule, and then have people not agree on anything or talk to each other, and then we get division. I mean, like what I told you last time I called in. I'm really concerned about this otherization shit, which is coming from primarily these Trump fucking sycophants, man. Like, seriously. This you people, you know, stuff, like this otherizing language, like, well, you people and shit, and, you know, you don't have rights, and, you know, you're an anarchist and all this shit. And, you know, this is not good. This is not good, man. It's like, well, they're going to take your guns and stuff. And then you work these people up into a frenzy and shit. And then it's like, yeah, you people, you know. Dude, I mean, it's like this otherizing language, this psychology of you people and you're not me and shit. So it's like, it's not even we're Americans or we're human beings. It's like, you are completely antithetical to my way of thinking, so you are separate from me. That literally is like Civil War type language, and it's only coming from these fucking diehard Trump people running around going fucking crazy and shit. There was a guy who was in, I think it's Boynton Beach, Florida, and he was arrested recently for making fucking IEDs. The guy was a Trump supporter. There was another guy in Portland, and he was a former Navy SEAL, I believe. And that's, you know, pretty major news, I'd like to think. And that guy was making bombs, and he was arrested by the FBI, and he was going to go over there and try to start shit with the protesters.
Yeah.
And we're not hearing this from the mainstream media, so something's going on. You know, because they talk about the Second Amendment. Well, there's nothing in there that says, you know, the right to keep and bear plastic explosives shall not be infringed. So they're on a whole other fucking level.
Well, look, anybody that thinks that they're coming to take your guns is a fucking idiot, okay? I've said this again and again, you know. I mean, they said this about Obama. You know, they're going to come and take your guns. And Obama literally would say, nobody's coming to take your guns, you know. And I said, of course nobody's coming to take your guns. You know why nobody's coming to take your guns? Because we have guns, okay? You know, we have lots and lots and lots of guns, and nobody's gonna fucking try and take them away from you. If Obama and Biden believed for 1 second that they could go and take people's guns, they would have done so. Because they would have loved to have had that been their fucking legacy. But that you can't do it. It's not an option. Unless you want to see a whole bunch of cops die. Okay?
Right.
That's the only way that shit's ever gonna happen. So, you know, just stop with your fucking... What, are you a mental midget? You think people are gonna come and take your guns? That's fucking stupid, man. They're never going to do that,
Yeah,
and the reason is not because they don't want to, not because Trump doesn't want to. It's because they can't. We have guns. They don't have it as an option.
Right. They can't do it. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to go door to door, kicking everyone's fucking door. I mean,
not even close.
This fear mongering and shit. I mean, dude, it's so negative. The shit that we're hearing from Trump.
Oh,
and
wow.
I actually, you know, Joe Biden's not even campaigning. He's, I don't know. He's in the ether somewhere. His surrogate speaking for him, and, you know, Joe's such a nice man, and all this. I'm like, look, I'm not arguing that or whatever. I'm arguing the fact that this dude, literally, when you read his manifesto, he created so many of these problems.
Yeah.
The mass incarceration. Oh, now I'm going to fix it. You know, giving military surplus to the police.
Yeah.
Oh, we shouldn't do that. You know, I voted for NAFTA and GATT. Oh, you know, the problem is I voted for NAFTA and GATT. Dude, get real. Like, this guy is not, you know, the answer, and, oh, I'm a transitional candidate. To who? Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
She's a giant fucking police state, die hard, like pro-war on drugs. And then she goes on the Breakfast Club. I think it was last year, because I know it was before this COVID shit, so it's probably 2019.
Yeah.
And she was on the Breakfast Club, excuse me, and said all this crazy shit about listening to the Snoop Dogg album and shit, and smoking weed and stuff. And she's on an urban radio program, and of course she's some hoity-toity fucking, you know, Ivy League educated person. You know, she has nothing to do with, you know, people who smoke weed or anybody who's, you know, a rap fan. And
there's a lot of Ivy League people who smoke weed. There is.
Yeah, but maybe she's telling
she's not one of them. No, she's not one of them. And regardless if she smoked weed or not, that would just make her incredibly even more hypocritical, because that means while she's, you know, getting away with this crime, that she's putting people in jail for, you know? And plus her fucking her father came out and said that her grandparents are rolling over in their graves because she's such a giant phony after that interview.
Yeah. And I think it's fascinating when you look at the mainstream media. As soon as she was picked, it's like the life and times of Kamala Harris didn't say anything about her record as DA, as a prosecutor, as secretary of or whatever, the attorney general. That's the attorney general for the state of California. And it's all just like, well, the busing thing and blah blah. And then they play the damn clip where she's calling Joe Biden out on the busing thing and his shit with segregationists. I'm like, if you're backing her, why are you playing that?
Yeah.
It's like they can't even hide it. I mean, she is such a phony. There are people that have come out and they've said, of course, mainstream media won't talk to them, and they're saying, look, she basically is a ladder climber, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but she'll do whatever is necessary in order to get that promotion, to be the top crab on top of the barrel inside of it and stuff. And she's the king of the hill. And I think that given her past history, she has done a incredible job at doing that. That said, this person very clearly has her own agenda. Whatever that is clearly not, quote, progressive. She doesn't support decriminalization of marijuana.
Yeah.
She's a mass incarcerationist. She's pro-cop. And what's so sickening about this is supposedly someone, so the mainstream media says must be true, who supports Black Lives Matter, when she herself put people away for 10 years in fucking prison in the state of California for a first-time misdemeanor offense of marijuana possession of less than an ounce.
Yeah. What a fucking...
How do you even get away with that?
Yeah, no, she's a horrible human being and a dirty cop. And, you know, again, if this is... I don't know how the fuck she got elected to the Senate in the first place, you know, knowing the things that we know about her. But she really... I mean, the Democrats, they clearly don't want the White House for whatever reason. And they're not even... I mean... I think they probably now have less support of the black community than they had before they put Kamala Harris on the ticket, you know?
I suspect that, but so far with the polls, which, again, we can't go by because, you know...
Because last presidential election, every single poll said Donald Trump cannot win.
Right. And, I've looked at some of the sampling of this, and it's funny because it's Joe Biden. I think what needs to be asked is the candidate. I've said this all the way back in 2008, actually. I think that it should be the presidential candidate and the vice presidential candidate should be both separately polled. That way we get a good plurality, you know, and ask it in the same instance, you know, don't do it separately, just ask two separate questions. And going by what we're seeing from the black community here, oh my God, is it negative. It is so negative towards her, and people are not being fooled by this. And like I said earlier, the disenfranchisement and the the lack of enthusiasm and literally the killing of enthusiasm
Yeah.
is, and this is what's crazy about it, it might actually be to the benefit of Donald Trump because, like you said, it's almost like the Democrats don't want the White House.
Yeah. Look, they've taken the last two elections and they've taken these huge grassroots movements that the Democrats desperately need and just completely ignored them. So, I don't know. It's like they don't want the power. The power is with the people, and these fucking idiots that are these elites that are these party elders or whatever, they think they have the power. They think because they decide that Hillary Clinton should be the next president, that Hillary Clinton will be the next president. But they don't have any power, clearly, because that's what they decided in the last election, and that didn't work out for them well at all. And they didn't learn a goddamn thing from it.
No, they didn't, and they never will, because they are so righteous in their indignation that they are the truth, and anything that is against that is like sacrilegious to them, and it just is so medieval, man. It really reminds me of the medieval Catholic Church in many ways, and it's like and it's unspoken too, because I tried calling Keith Ellison's office because he's a representative of the people, and I wanted to ask him a question with regards to some of this. And I was told something very weird. It was a very simple question. I wanted to know, what did he think about the superdelegate system, And, I didn't know if he had an opinion on that or not, because I tried looking online and I couldn't really find one. And this secretary, I'm not going to name this person, and the secretary said to me, quote, "You do not have authorization to ask that question."
Huh.
Yeah. And that really threw me off. I'm like, authorization? So what? Or if somebody gets an answer to a question, that's because it's pre-approved?
Well, yeah, the questions are always going to be pre-approved now.
Yeah. I just think it's disturbing, man. I think that we're witnessing, whichever way you go, giant douche or turd sandwich, as you always say, man, that great South Park episode. Take your pick, right? I mean, it's wild. I don't see this going anywhere politically. And I think that what we're seeing with the protests is that the vast majority of the American people have abandoned both of these parties or are close to it. And they're taking to the streets and demanding action.
Yeah.
And that is what democracy looks like. Bottom line. And this cudgeling of this and this manipulation from the media, and these, they're all trying to exploit what is happening to further their own ends. And in Trump's case, we're seeing a very, very, very disturbing rhetoric and language and action from him that, interestingly, is similar to that of what's going on in Belarus, what happened in Iraq during the civil war there, what happened in Serbia in the early 90s. This guy is a dictator. And I understand that if somebody supports the police, they feel like, well, I have to vote for Trump, because, but it's like they're not even recognizing the other side of the argument, that it's like, you seriously want to continue the war on drugs and this fucking bail bond system and this for-profit prison industrial complex, and then they're just like, oh man, you sound like one of those communists, and it's like, welcome to 1933 Germany.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is, I bet you this whole communist propaganda thing, which they tried to fucking use on his grandmother, probably worked less well on her than it did on the person telling you that you're a communist. Hey Ash, I gotta take a break. It's good to hear from you,
So-
man. I'll
Yeah,
talk to you again soon, I hope.
All right. Same here. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Stay cool, man. We'll get through it. See ya.
You too. Bye.
All right. I'm going to play a quick video, and I'll be right back. Hold on just one sec. I have a lovely motorcycle accident, motor racing accident for you to see.
All right, football news now. Barcelona have fired coach Quique Setien 3 days after their 8-2 drubbing by Bayern Munich in the Champions League quarterfinals. Setien joined Barca back in January, but things simply did not work out. First, the team was eliminated from the Copa del Rey. Then they lost the La Liga title to Real Madrid. And now Barca have crashed out of the Champions League in devastating fashion. The Spanish media reports say that Netherlands coach and former Barcelona defender Ronald Koeman is set to be named as Setien's successor. Well, several MotoGP drivers are lucky to be alive after a high-speed crash in Austria. 7-time world champion Valentino Rossi and Spanish rival Maverick Viñales came within a whisker of being hit, watch this, by two cartwheeling bikes. A high-speed collision between Franco Morbidelli and Johan Zarco resulted in the terrifying scenes here. Remarkably, all four riders were left relatively unscathed. Later, Morbidelli accused Zarco of being, quote, almost a murderer for what he said was aggressive riding. Almost deadly there. All right, a reminder.
That looked pretty fucking hairy, huh? Hey, you gotta love this girl doing the puff pass with the blunt up there. She rolled a blunt for us so we could all watch her, and then she puff past it, which I didn't think people were gonna do anymore. I didn't think people were gonna swap spit like that, you know, especially not somebody wearing a mask, right? So I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see people sharing a joint. That's a nice thing, or a blunt, excuse me. Oh, let's see. Hello, caller.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. What's your name?
My name is Andrew, and I'm calling you from Texas.
Hey, Andrew. It's good to hear from you, man. How are you?
Good. I'm a little bored with your previous caller because there's too much talk between this idea of two different teams trying to defeat each other and right and wrong and all that other bullshit. If you talk about disenfranchised, you know, people are not disenfranchised. They're disgusted.
Right.
And they've been disappointed for decades.
Yeah.
We have not improved education for 50 or 60 years, and we're supposed to. We're supposed to elect people that will solve problems, and we haven't. Education's gotten worse, and the list goes on and on. Healthcare has gotten worse. Even in a lot of cases, equality has gotten worse. Even energy and the conversations that we have about energy, which many of them are not really legitimate, it has gotten worse. And you know, the difficulty, because I think this is focused on, as best I can help you from your stream, the protests. And the protests to me it's terrorism. It used to be, and I see no problem with people in the daylight marching down the street, making their point. I think it's very 1960s, and the world has changed, and we have the internet, and we have shows like yours, and we can, if we want to protest, we can get heard without marching down the street. But it's become.
But you can't prove to the cops who own the streets, because the people own the streets. And that's all there is to it. And maybe that's what you see as terrorism. People that aren't afraid of heavily armed, comply or die police state bitches. Okay? People who are willing to stand up against them night after night after night, even though they're using weapons on them. They're shooting them with rubber bullets, shooting them with tear gas, shooting them with flashbang grenades. Who's the real terrorist here? Because they stand there in Portland when this shit started, they were throwing paper airplanes and the cops were shooting back with fucking rubber bullets. Okay? So the
Okay,
rear terrorists are in
bull.
uniforms and they got badges, and that's the facts.
Right. So if the point is, and I'm not trying to interrupt what you're saying and everything, that what people are doing in Portland is good for Portland, then the real estate value is down 50%. I'm a real estate investor all over the country, and Portland's going to hell in a handbasket. And the reason why is fear, okay? It's not disagreement, okay? Do we have bad cops? Of course we do. We have bad doctors, we have bad lawyers, and we have bad show hosts, okay? I'm not making the suggestion there. But I'm telling you that we're missing the point, okay? When there are, and I think the number this year is 14 shootings by bad cops, okay? We have 60,000 suicides. And who's protesting? Who is working on that problem? We have about 110,000 deaths because of drunk driving. And who is working on that? So what I'm suggesting is we overreact to incidents, and some of them are very dramatic. George Floyd is incredibly dramatic. And we don't know the whole story yet. We'll know the whole story. But when we put this much energy into being upset, it doesn't accomplish anything.
Yeah, well, in Seattle, the police are no longer allowed to possess, not just use, but they can no longer possess flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, tear gas, and pepper spray. Okay? They can't even give it to other fucking police precincts. They have to destroy it. Okay? Because the protesters have made the point that the cops are out of fucking control with their violence. And the city council in Seattle said, not only can you not use that on our people anymore, the people who sign your paycheck, you can't give it to other cops, other piece of shit fucking cops to use on fucking the people. We the people.
Okay.
These people in the streets are the brave, as in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Okay? They're standing up against a heavily armed, comply or die police state. And they're doing it without fear and in mass numbers.
Right, and you don't believe that a good portion of that is unjustified violence, and you don't understand that the real estate values in Seattle have dropped more than 50% in 3 months.
Okay, look, where the fuck are you calling from? How the fuck do you know anything about the real estate in Seattle? Okay, Craig told me yesterday some house in our neighborhood sold for $335,000 above the asking value, above the asking price. Okay, so I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, well, that's nice. I'm in the business, okay?
Uh-huh.
I have real estate in Seattle. I have real estate in Portland.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if the real estate is down 50% if the real estate is down 50% in Seattle and 50% in Portland, and you're not buying everything you can get your hands on, you're a fucking idiot.
Why? Why is it going to come back?
Are you kidding? Seattle and Portland are two of the most progressive, beautiful cities in the world. Okay? And some of the most prolific. Okay? They make more money in Seattle than you can dream of making in fucking Houston.
Okay, so the highest gun sales in the United States are in Portland, Seattle, Denver, Austin.
Because all of you tiny dick motherfuckers who think that a gun makes you a real man and you are now secure are rushing to go and get your fucking guns.
Real man?
Huh?
If you can't defend, if you want to defund the police because you think they're horrible, and maybe 1% or 2% of them are.
They're out of control. The people in this country are over-policed. It needs to end.
Over police because of what?
Because of the drug war, for one thing. That's one little thing.
Legalize marijuana.
And the motherfucking drug war. The goddamn drug war has brought you a heroin epidemic. Do you not give a shit about the children?
Then why don't you send out an email to all your supporters and tell them to march down the street and legalize marijuana?
We already did that here.
It's legal where you are. Of course it is. Denver too, and mostly is in Austin. All right. So what other drugs?
No, it's not mostly. It's either legal or it's not legal. Look at the drug war is causing the crime in this country. If you end the drug war, you end 95% of cops being shot. Okay, and shot at. Okay, so all these cops say, "I just want to make it home to my family at night." They're full of fucking shit.
Okay, that's great. But if you want to, why don't you take a break and look at Chicago? And we'll talk about drug wars, okay? Look at Chicago.
Yeah.
The deaths in Chicago are gangs. How do the gangs make money? By selling drugs.
Right. But if there was no drug war, if drugs were legal, then gangs wouldn't sell drugs. Because people would go to the fucking store to buy them.
I don't disagree with you, but why does that make police pigs? Why does that make police bad?
Because the people are being over-policed. And the police who are doing the over-policing are not saying anything about it. The people are being policed, and
being over-policed. Gee whiz.
Yes, everywhere's being over-policed. Are you new today or something?
Okay, so in Chicago they looted and ruined the Magnificent Mile. What? Because of marijuana?
No, they did that because they're organized gangs. Okay, and they can. Okay,
all right,
that's.
So what do you want to do about the organized gangs?
I want to take away their fucking money. Are you not listening? Okay, we end the drug war and the goddamn violent, organized criminal gangs no longer have a river of fucking money, more than they can possibly spend on fucking crime and whatever else they want to spend it on. Jesus Christ, man, get a clue. I'm telling you what you do with the clues. You take away all their fucking money, dumbass. Jesus Christ.
And I'm not gonna call you a dumbass because I have more class than that. Of all the people,
you can't even fucking keep up with the conversation, man.
Of all the people that are protesting for Black Lives Matter, where are the signs about ending the drug war? Where are the signs? Instead, it's an attack on the police. Which, okay, there's been some bad ones, granted. Where is, if your point is end the drug wars, okay, then
no, my point is end the over-policing of the people. That's what these people's point is.
What besides drugs?
Everything, dude. People who don't have any drugs on.
Everything's not an answer. I'm not that stupid. Over-policing because of what?
Because when you leave the house, even if you don't have drugs on you, you have to constantly look over your shoulder to make sure there's not a cop. And if there is a cop, then you have to constantly make sure that you don't fucking color outside the lines. Otherwise, there's a good chance that cop's gonna pull you over and fuck with you. Okay? It's everything. Everywhere you go. In fucking Salt Lake City, they will arrest you for spitting on the sidewalk. I guarantee it.
These things are isolated exaggerations, which allow you to get very angry.
No, I get angry because you vilify the people in the street.
I'm not vilifying the people in the streets. I'm saying, what is the message, for crying out loud?
Stop.
Because the Black Lives Matter.
These people are young people. These people are young people. They're saying, we're not going to live with this fucking police state anymore. That's not the life we want for the rest of our lives.
Police state.
This is a fucking police state, and anybody with eyes and ears can see it.
Oh my God. You know, more people get arrested for drunk driving than having possession of marijuana at a rate of 3 to 1 every year. And you're not marching against alcohol, are you? And we live in a police
I'm
state.
not here to take away your
kidding
freedom.
me?
I'm not here to take away your freedom like the goddamn police state is. Okay? I'm not here to protect you from skinning your goddamn knee. I'm here to fight for freedom. What are you doing, asshole?
Well, what's that? And then I said, thank you for calling me an asshole. What
Dude, you don't want it. You fucking don't get it. Okay? You want to change it to, oh, you're not protesting against people are getting hurt this way. No, I'm not. I'm not protesting against guns. I'm not protesting against that. I'm protesting for freedom. I want our freedom back.
No, you want an argument. Okay?
No.
Because if
Fuck
you.
you.
want freedom back-
That's how much I want an argument. Fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. You're the one who wants an argument. You don't even want to hear the words coming out of my mouth. Okay? You don't get it. Okay? You don't want to end the police state. You're a fucking bootlicker. You want to talk about real estate prices. Fuck you. Of which you clearly know nothing about. Again, a fucking a house in our neighborhood just sold for $335,000 over asking price. Okay? So, Mr. Real Estate Investor, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Dumbass. Yes, you are a fucking dumbass talking out your fucking ass. And you are vilifying the people in the street because you don't have a clue as to what the people fucking want. The people want freedom. These people fight for freedom. They are the brave in the saying, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Unlike you, Mr. Texas. Fucking people from Texas are such goddamn bootlickers! What the fuck is wrong? What the fuck are they putting in the goddamn water down there? Time for a bong hit. Something people in Texas don't get to do because they're goddamn police state cocksuckers who don't give a shit about freedom and won't fight for 1 fucking second for freedom. They just lay down and piss all over themselves the minute a cop walks in the fucking room. Fucking pussies from fucking Texas. We don't need Texas. Why don't we just give it back to the goddamn fucking Mexicans? That's a good plan, in my opinion. Oh, I forgot. The Mexicans are ending the drug war. The Texans won't like it there either. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm not talking about you, you know, Michelle.
I didn't even catch that shit. I was talking to Craig. So, I don't know what you said. I heard what he said, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. You know, that's why some people are made to have a job that they talk to a building and not have to fucking talk to people so much. Cause, that guy, man, he's something else. He's special.
Well, you know.
You said that you weren't talking about me. What'd you say?
I was talking about Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about people from Texas, how they don't have freedom. They don't believe in freedom. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with people in Texas?
Oh, shit, I don't take offense to it. Shit. I know there's a lot of fucking people here, man. Shit, I ain't worried. You know? But yeah, that guy was something else. Like, what part of why don't they have signs up of stop the drug war? He had me fucking, oh my god. Talk about click, click, boom, boom, boom. You fucking triggered my happy ass. I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
They do have signs that say "End the drug works." I've seen them numerous times.
Yeah. We all know that's a problem, though. That's why I'm just like, why does he even call in? Just to act smug when he don't even give a fuck anyways? All he wants to do is sell property. He could care less what happens anywhere else.
He's worried about, yeah, right. He's worried about property value. He's not worried about people's freedom or anything.
Ah, please. It's all about location, location, location. If you're doing your job correctly, you shouldn't be scared. Shit. Oh no, these protesters, they have nothing to do with where the fuck you are trying to sell houses at, please.
Yeah. Fucking, you know what? If I'm telling you right now, if there's anything in Seattle that's 50% less than it was last week, you want to scoop that shit up immediately because it's some very, very underpriced stuff.
Fuck yeah. And people will do it. But like I said, it's all about where it is, location, shit. You know?
It is. It's, you know, it's clear that, okay, we got something going on here in Portland. Looks like an instigator. Looks like we got an instigator getting pushed out of the crowd here in Portland. Hold on. Yeah, you know, the thing about Seattle is like I said, the value of everything here just seems to go up and up and up and up and up. It's a very, very prolific place. It makes a lot of money. It's one of the most financially secure cities in the world.
Well, right by a beautiful ocean.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it being like if you were in Southern California where it's bloody hot and shit. So everything just like yellow.
Yeah.
So hell no shit. But the other guy that you were talking to, he just started acting like this is not a police state. This is not like, you know, why are you scared? Because cops are shooting innocent people when they don't have a weapon.
In Texas, Breonna Taylor.
When they're running away from them, it's just like, okay, I'd rather just shoot them instead of chasing after them. Like, you know, that's supposed to be okay.
Yeah.
That's what the fuck they're out there. And they still keep doing that shit.
Yeah.
I still keep seeing videos of the same shit.
Yeah.
And then you got the NYPD talking about the NYPD union is voting Trump. Of course you are, motherfuckers. That way you can keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah,
and
well,
people don't see that. People don't see that. But hey, I got a house to sell you over here. Motherfucker, man. You must be a real good shit talker to be able to sell a house because he has no knowledge of what the fucking real world is about. I tell you. He's clueless.
He's
say so much where they know it, and if they don't want to know it, it's because they don't want to know it because it's in our faces everywhere you look. You know, no matter where you look, you're gonna see something that happened. You know.
Yeah, there's always gonna be. Look, again, if there's any chance in hell that you can buy real estate in Portland or Seattle at a 50% discount from what it was last week, and you ain't buying it, you are a fucking fool.
Exactly. So, yeah, that other guy, he was just trying to ruffle your feathers, man.
Yeah, whatever. You know, I was gonna say thanks a lot for the donation, Michelle, and that's the way to do it if you're comfortable with that GoFundMe because the Google is taking 30% of donations.
What?
Yeah, 30%, which means so when you do it on the GoFundMe, right? They send me $23.97 out of 25, right? And when you do it on the Google, they send me $17. They take $8 of your 20 instead of $1.03 like the GoFundMe. Fucking unbelievable.
So which way is there a way that you can get all the fucking money, or there's always somebody with their fucking hand out?
Well, somebody's gonna take a little cut, like the PayPal takes a little cut, but the GoFundMe is the best way to go.
Okay.
Yeah. They take $1.07. That's really not bad at all for $25. I'm good with that. But man, taking $8 out of your fucking $25 donation. I kept looking at the Google is like giving me a running tally of how many people are like donating. I'm like, man, I know that they donate more money than that. And I type into Google, how much does YouTube keep for the super chat? What percentage of money does YouTube keep? And it says about 30%. I was like, what? Fuck.
That's a punch to the throat. For doing what?
Right. For designing a button.
All that shit could be automated, you know. It's just like over here, like if you fucking pay over the phone, like your say your water bill.
Yeah.
They're like we charge you an extra $3 for convenience shit. I'm just like, are you fucking shit? I mail my shit. I got those forever stamps. Goddamn it, I'll fucking mail that shit.
Yeah, nice.
Because I'm like, dude. And then there's even other places that are like, okay, if you have to talk to a person, then it's going to be a $7 service charge to talk to someone. And instead of doing it automated, yeah, it's fucking crazy. So you got to talk to a robot, or you got to pay extra money to talk to a human, which means I am, really in the end, I'm the one paying their fucking paycheck, and everybody else who calls in.
Yeah.
It's their paycheck. I was just like, how dirty these motherfuckers are.
That's messed
and yet they
up,
get little boxes up there. You want to donate to wildlife. You want to donate to blah, blah, blah. You want to donate. Apparently, you're going to fucking take it from me, so you donate to, to whoever. It's crazy, man. That's just like, God damn. I said, no company wants to pay their own employees. They got to put it off on us. That's fucking insane. I couldn't believe that shit. I've never been in a place where they do that kind of shit. Like, wow.
Yeah, well, it's good to know. I mean, it's good to know that's what's happening, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. Shit, I've never seen that shit. My whole life in Ohio, I never heard of some shit. Now over here, all of a sudden, I pay taxes on top of taxes, and now I gotta pay taxes to pay my fucking bill. You're like, what? Like, oh my God.
I had no idea that was going on, Michelle. I never heard of that. I'm surprised the banks don't do that shit. That sounds like a fucking banking tactic. Oh, you need to talk to another person? You need to talk to someone? It's going to cost you money.
I talked to a friend of mine, and he said the same shit, that in his house mortgage, when he pays it over the phone, they add $7 if you don't pay your mortgage, like if you don't send it out.
Wow.
They charge him $7. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? I was like, okay. So it's not just, the city water, and whatever, and whoever does that shit. I mean, people can start seeing that shit when they call in and say, do you want to pay, through auto, or, if you don't, then charges may apply. And sure enough, they tell you flat out. They tell you flat out. So it's best, that you fucking just, if you're going to do it, some places don't charge you if you do it automatically. But yeah, you want to talk to a human, you're going to have to pay for their employees. That is going on, Mike. Swear to God. Swear to God. I'm like, damn. I said, this is fucking ridiculous. I don't know how to get away with it. When city water is like paid from taxes already, and they get away with it with adding another extra charge on top of what you fucking pay just to fucking be convenient and just pay it over the phone and be done with it. Like, damn, you're really gonna charge me $3 extra, huh? Like, wow. So yeah, that does happen, Mike.
I didn't know that was going on, so I'm gonna keep my eyes kind of aware of that, because I don't have $3 to pay some dickhole to talk to me. If I'm gonna do that, I'll call the phone sex people. I want to get a little action for my $3. What color are your panties right now?
And that's what the fucking tell you. If you want to talk to real personnel, it's gonna cost you this much. Like, damn. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, I only get to fucking talk to them for a minute and talking about a bill. What, how much fun is that? Like, dude, I gotta pay for something. You better show me something. Shit.
Give me a little sugar, baby.
Yeah, baby, shit. Over here lighting up my cigarette or my fucking joint with $100 bill. Shit. That's crazy.
Even if I could, why would I? It's gross. $100 bill is disgusting. I wouldn't want the, people touch it and stuff. That's gross. Money is disgustingly dirty. I can't.
Ew. But people won't fucking sit in their hand on cash. Just tell them that, hey, y'all worrying about germs and shit. Give me your fucking money. Because, you know how many germs are on that bitch?
I'm telling you, I get $5 bills, dollar bills all the time that have fucking blood all over them. Literally, you can see blood stains on the fucking money.
Get the fuck out of here! Oh my god.
Weird, right? Somebody stabbed somebody for that $5, man.
You better get rid of it quick, man, before they...
Oh, good. Now my fucking DNA's all over this shit. God damn it.
Get ready for the big setup.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
But shit, so how was your day, man? Everything good?
Yeah, it's good. We had a really hot one yesterday. It was 98 degrees here yesterday.
That's jacket weather.
That's yeah. It was hot. I wouldn't even let the dogs go outside.
I just must.
Yeah, we gave them. I gave them bath today. They both got baths today, so they're all like zonked out. Like I give them a bong hit before they go in the bathtub, and then they're it's like you get a nice hot bath, and then it's like you're all zoned out. It's pretty. It's totally trance when they're in the tub. I mean, the girl practically falls asleep while she's standing up.
Oh.
But what's nice is that I don't have to like throw them in the tub anymore. I just say, get in the tub, and they get in the tub.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh, that's cool, man. I know your babies are beautiful. Shit. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they're my beautiful babies. No doubt about it.
They're so good. Oh my god. But all right, brother. So I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna get back and see what's up. I just wanted to talk to you because that dude just fucking was, man, that fucker was just itching me. Like, I had to call you because I'm like, with people like that, they really don't want to know the truth. So don't waste time.
Yeah.
Waste your time. And
well,
if you ever want to be, because he's always acting like, oh my god, dude, why are you so fucking worked up?
Yeah.
Because we all know why. Because of what happened, and he was just being so condescending. I didn't appreciate that shit.
Yeah.
Just like whatever, dude. Like, oh my god, he's just on there acting like I'm gonna be talk shit. Just like when I sell property, I talk shit all the time. So I'm just gonna be calm, cool, and collected, and try to make you look like a fool. Fuck out of here.
Michelle, the last thing he said to me was, "You just want an argument." And I said, "No, I don't." And I hung up on him. I was like, "This is how much I want an argument, asshole." And I hung up on him. That's how much I want to argue with you. You're the one saying stupid shit, and I have to counter it. Okay? Don't say stupid shit, and I won't get all excited. But you come out here and act like you're fucking have half a brain and then just say a bunch of stupid shit. Oh, Seattle real estate's down 50%. Well, you better be buying every fucking bit of it you can get because you ain't never going to see it at those prices again. I guarantee.
And, he was talking about defunding the police. It's like, well, people don't understand when they say defund the police. It means, like, don't give them so much fucking money that they can start to fucking prepare themselves like they're in the military. Why do they need all that shit?
Yeah, it's not just that too, Michelle.
Now I know why they need it because they've been such fucking assholes with it, but they should have never did that to begin with.
Right. No, it's not it's not just that though. It's defund the police is also about helping taking some of that money that the police use to kill people who have mental illness and finding a way to help the people with the mental illness so the police don't kill them. You know what I mean? Because if you have mental illness and it's untreated, you're 17 times more likely to be killed by police than other people.
Because you're talking about the well checks, right?
Well, that's partially it. There's a lot of people on the street too that are.
Okay, because I have seen talks about that they're like, if somebody, is mentally ill, why are you going to send a police officer that doesn't know anything about medical field?
Yeah.
They should have, okay, the police should be there, but they should have an expert with them to be able to talk down the person and apparently to talk down the fucking cops too.
Right. Well,
trigger fingers.
Yeah. Let's see. Is Eugene, Oregon still on the screen? No, I don't see Eugene up here. Eugene was on the screen earlier. Eugene, I've talked about this again and again. Eugene is a big college town, and they have a system an organization in place called Cahoots. And Cahoots responds to 28% of all 911 calls, and they're unarmed medical professionals. And they go in, and the cops don't go with them, and basically all non-criminal calls the Cahoots people respond to in Eugene, Oregon, and that's what we're talking about that's what the protesters mean when they say defund the police. Is like you take that money away from the cops who murder people, and you set up a system like this so that innocent people who just need help actually get the help that they need instead of being thrown in jail or whatever else.
And in the same breath, I understand how that would work out because the police are overwhelmed as it is. So if they're going somewhere being all like, oh man, if they don't understand what they're going through, then they're not going to have any empathy for you. They're going to be like, okay, my patience is done. Let's do something.
Right.
So that's even better. That's even better without police escort.
Yeah,
that's even better.
It's better. It's so much better.
Yeah, that already in itself, just being a police officer would scare somebody. And they're not because they want to be scared, but when they have mental illness, and that shit's for real.
Well, and there's a good chance those people have been harassed by police in the past. So when they see police, it's like oh shit, this those bad people are here again, or whatever.
Yeah, so like that. They may be veterans and shit. They may be kids that were abused as they were growing up. You know, nobody knows that shit. But to bring cops to the situation, they only know arrest and you're not supposed to act like that. So what are they gonna do? They're gonna handcuff them, and then chances are that person is gonna get scared and fucking want to run away. And then boom, things happen so fast. So if there wasn't, the police presence, and they could be like, okay, hey, they don't even have to have their white coats on, man. Goddamn, just be like every average Joe,
Yeah,
just be like just down because that's all they need is just to be calmed down, not to escalate shit.
Right. That's they need they need someone to listen. You know what I mean? I've told people, family members of people this in the past, that were upset with me because you gotta stop encouraging them. I'm like, look it, dude. All this person needs is someone to listen to them, and they become 1,000 times calmer. But you won't even listen to what they're saying, so they just get more agitated. Okay?
Right.
So... and it doesn't matter if they're talking about little people that are stealing underwear,
Listen to them, but just listen to them and be like, okay, do you see them now? Or if you want to play along until they forget about what they were just thinking. You don't know what the fuck they're going through.
Yeah, exactly. You have no idea what the fuck they've been through or what they're going through. But if you listen to them, you can, and as you listen to what they're saying, then you can evaluate what the next step is to be done, because you buy yourself a lot of time,
And a lot of times it is just an ear, just listen to what they're saying. Don't fucking freak out. Just listen to what they're saying and be, have that empathy to where it's just like, okay, I understand you, have that respect, like, okay, I understand you. It's beyond your control.
Yeah.
It's beyond control, period. So yes, I fucking 100%, the cops can't, do that. All they're going to do is freak out the person, and like you said, maybe they just want to talk to somebody. Maybe they just want to be heard. Even if you're slow or something, you don't want somebody to have that patience for you to just say, hey, if it takes you a fucking hour to say what you got to say, I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. There's no problem. Take your time.
Yeah.
That's what we need. You know, and that's why, you know, like you said, yes, that's a part of defunding. And then on my aspect was a part of they don't need to look like fucking military against us because we're dressed like that and we're like, okay, we got nothing. Like, there's so many gangs out there and shit that are fucking causing harm.
Yeah.
Do you see police over there raiding places like that? No. You see them fucking just over there, you know, stop and frisk because it's in broad daylight and I'm bigger than you. Okay, bitches, where's your balls at when it comes to really going after the gangs? Really going after what's actually hurting the people? No, you want to go over there and just fucking shoot fish in a barrel. And that's what they're literally doing, you know? And people wonder why. Why is everybody protesting? Because shit like that, and I've been seeing stories of fucking people, innocent people, still getting fucking killed by the cops, you know?
Yeah. We've all seen that. It doesn't stop. It's not stopping. And even with them, like, the cops aren't even really responding to shit anymore. Basically, the cops are just, you know, hiding now. They're like, oh yeah, we don't want to deal with that because, you know, the people don't appreciate us or whatever, blah blah blah. You know, I'm not gonna put my I'm not gonna put my life on the line for these fucktards. You know what I'm saying?
You're not gonna put your life on the line because you can't go out and hunt and kill.
Yeah,
that's why you don't want to go out there. Because if it has to do with something about protecting somebody, it's not even about property. It's about protecting someone.
Yeah.
Then you don't want no part of it because that's not my job.
Yeah.
That's not their job anymore, Mike.
Yeah, people don't appreciate that. The cops are just like, and it's so weird. I keep hearing like these stories where they talk about how the cops are so like demoralized and they're so hurt, you know. And I mean, every one of these protester stories, they talk about how, oh, this many cops were injured, you know, where the cops and the protesters clashed. Oh, this many cops were injured. They never tell you how many protesters were injured. Never.
Hell no. Because as always, they tell you what they want you to know.
Yeah.
Not what you need to know.
Yeah. Because
not you need to know that they're fucking shooting rubber bullets and everything else at unarmed protesters.
Right.
That just want this kind of shit right here to stop, and it keeps happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why are they out there? Why does the crowds double? Why does it fucking triple? Why does it quadruple? Because you guys are not listening. We don't want this shit. We're not going to condone this shit. That's the part that you don't get. We're out here because you guys are making us be out here.
Right, because you won't admit that there's a problem.
No, you're just going to reinforce it to like, mommy dearest, goddamn it, I said no more wire hangers. Look down. They're like, I don't want to hear about you fucking, oh, you want me to be civil? Fuck you, I'm a cop. No, goddamn it, you're supposed to be like, shit, you got a flat tire? I'm gonna pull over and I'm gonna change that flat tire for you. No, I'm not gonna give you a ticket because you're fucking stranded on the side. Like, goddamn. And I was like, where is that at? And why is it so hard for people to wrap their brains around that?
Yeah.
That when you see a police officer, you know, hey, he's got my back. No.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he may shoot me in the back.
Right.
Like,
yeah. That's what I keep saying, Michelle, you know, is all these people in the street, what they really want is they want cops that they can look at like they're heroes. You know, like the way the cops want to be looked at. If we could all just understand that we all want to be able to look at the cops like they're heroes, wouldn't the cops love that more than anything? To be able to, the worship of the people because, oh, look, the heroes are here. Yay! You know, that's what the cops want. We want that too, assholes. You know, we want to feel like that. We want those kind of people doing our policing. Then we can all be like, you know, we can feel good when the cops show up, you know?
You know, at once upon a time, I felt that.
Yeah.
Because it was like, you know, I told you before that I grew up in a small-ass little fucking town.
Yeah.
Had only one cop.
Yeah.
And that cop, his name is Roger. And everybody, hey Roger, he was a good guy, man. And just like fucking went around and just, hey, everybody good, cool. Everybody was so fucking happy about him. And everybody had that respect for Roger, you know. It was just like, okay, he handles business here, The biggest thing that he's gonna have to fucking stop is maybe a mother-in-law against the daughter, you know, a little spat. But this guy was like, when it came down to people from out of town coming in starting shit, he was up there like, okay, y'all gotta knock it off. And if there was more of them than him, all the older people would stand up and be all like, no, he's not by himself. Like, they all had his back.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish that we could do that again. Because, yeah, I remember that, and that was, so many moons ago.
Yeah.
But it's possible to have it like that again. It's just, progressives are being voted in. I don't know if you've seen that. But progressive has been voted in as senators. They're fucking, man, they're underdogs and coming out powerful. And that's the best thing that we can have, because the president's going to do whatever they're going to do, but we get more progressives and start to get more Democrats than Republicans in the House, we can start making a change by that. And I'm telling you, every time I'm looking, it's like, oh yeah, this is an underdog, and fucking, what's her name? That bitch, Deborah, fucking that DNC bitch that fucked everything up.
Wasserman.
Yeah, that motherfucking bitch. She's up against somebody right now. Oh my goodness, I wish I could remember her name. But it looks like shit. She may beat her and knock her fucking wussy ass man out of there. And it's like, that's how we do it. And people are fucking figuring it out.
Yeah, that would be really good. I couldn't believe she got reelected on the last election, man. That blew my fucking mind.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
She sucked the cock and everything. Of course, she was still going to have a place there.
Yeah.
She made sure Hillary was up there. Of course they were going to find a place for that disgusting piece of shit.
Yeah.
They're fucking disgusting. Oh, my God.
But I was going to tell you, I played a story last week, Michelle, about these 5 teenagers who, and I posted it on the YouTube page separately, of the 5 teenagers who rescued a sheriff's deputy who was having trouble with the drunk driver. It was like wrestling with her and stuff, and got her in a chokehold. And these 5 teenagers like jumped out and grabbed a hold of him and pulled him off of her.
Did they live to tell the story?
Well, they didn't get killed. They got honored by the city.
Fucking hey.
Yeah.
You see, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why do people look at people that are not like them? It's like, that's what makes the world go round, man. That's what makes this the country that it is. It's because of immigrants. They're not aliens, they're immigrants. They've migrated from different parts of the country, different parts of the world for a better place like we all want.
Yeah.
I wish people would just, I don't know, Mike. I guess I'm like what is Winslow call me? Fucking like a, he calls me a sucker from hope. I don't remember what he fucking says it.
I don't know either.
He put something on the screen on chat, but he always fucking like calls me like a sucker because of, the hopium.
Oh.
Hopium,
That hopium, man. That hopium will get you.
Yeah, and that's what always gets me, and it gets me all the time, so I just don't know how to turn it off like Trump. His brother died, and he's going to go out talking about 4 bitches, but god damn it, if it's not a foot off the hoe. Fuck, it's crazy shit, man. But alright, Mikey, well, I'm glad you're just a little more calm.
I'm good. I'm just not gonna talk, just stupid people, fucking idiot from Texas wants to tell me how the real estate price is 50% down in fucking Seattle. Give me a fucking break, dude.
He's not good at his job. He's got to blame somebody else, man, that egotistical fuck.
You know what? Talk about what you know. People keep trying to tell me about Seattle, okay? I know Seattle. And if you can buy fucking real estate at a 50% discount, you better get on that shit. That's what I'm saying.
And see, that's what I'm telling you, is that guy, he was just trying to get under your fucking skin because nobody else in his family listens to him.
Yeah.
So talk to somebody and fucking make himself sound like, ew, I got so much patience because I asked you, was it blue or was it red? And you're like, what was the question? Was it blue or was it red? See, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. You such a schmuck. He's such a schmuck. Don't ever let him get to you, man. That fool. Like I said, take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
The people who can question what the fuck is going on are the people who don't want to know. That's it. So don't be fucking saying, well, where's this and where's that and where's... Do your research, bitch. Why I gotta do the research for you? I gotta tell you what it is? It's like, if you don't fucking know, you're never gonna know because you don't want to know. And that's it.
Yeah.
Good luck with whatever the fuck he's doing, and I don't know.
Fuck that guy.
Simple motherfucker. Yeah, I know. He's just a simple motherfucker.
Oh, wow. All right, Michelle, it's really good to hear from you, girl.
Good to hear from you, too. I like talking to you, Mike. You know that?
Yeah. Well, I look forward to talking to you soon, hon.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Bye.
Look at that cool car, man. It's got like blue lights underneath it. You see that? Pretty slick. I want some blue lights. Oh, wait, I don't have a car. So, let's see. We are still $5 out from our $10 goal for our nightly live broadcast. But it's getting late. And, well, we did see a little tear gas there in Portland, it looked like. It looked like there was a little tear gas there, which again, it looked like to me that was kind of a residentially kind of neighborhood where I saw the tear gas, and I just can't imagine what those people, if that was a neighborhood, what those people must be like if they're trying to sleep and there's fucking tear gas wafting into their homes on a warm summer night, on a hot summer night, or just enjoying the backyard, or just watching TV, and all of a sudden tear gas is fucking wafting through your house, or even your backyard where your dog might be, right? It's so incredibly inconsiderate of the police. And again, it shows exactly the kind of problem that we're talking about. The police are out of control. I pointed out again and again, the police shootings in residential neighborhoods, when they unload their fucking clip. Hey Pete, thanks bro. Post the art again. I will. When they give me a sec, I'll do a bong hit for you. I'll do a dab. When they have a shooting in a residential neighborhood and they shoot, they're 20, 30 bullets, 16 bullets, 12 bullets on one guy, okay? Bullets travel. If you use weapons, if you ever shot a gun, if you ever were trained to shoot a gun, the first thing that they tell you is, the first thing you should be told is that bullets travel. They travel a long, long ways. And they can hurt people for a long, which is why you never shoot a gun up in the air. Because it's going to go up and then it's going to come back down. It's going to come down with a lot of force. So, Pete just brought us up to $9.99. The goal is $10. We now have $9.99 in the till. The goal is $10 per live show. $10 in contributions from good people like you. We got $9.99. Not going to make our goal tonight. I got a feeling. Not to be a negative Nelly. I just have a feeling we're not going to make our goal. But that doesn't mean that we won't do it tomorrow night. Man, there's a lot of people out there in Portland, huh? Alright, so let's see, we played the motorcycle crash clip. Did you guys like that clip? Should I do more clips like that? Motorcycles crashing? Thanks, Celeste. Should we do, when I was a kid, that was the name of my favorite frozen pizza, Celeste. It was so good. Oh, I loved Celeste frozen pizza when I was a kid. Let's see. Let's see. Did you guys like the moto crash? The guy called him a murderer. I thought that's why it was news, because the guy called him like a murderer. He said that he was a murderer. It was like, I think he said he was like a murderer, or attempted murderer. Look at that car, man. It's pretty slick with the blue lights. I like it. So let's see. I have another video I can play here of. Did I play the Belarus? I played the Belarus one too, huh? Shit, I'm running out of clips. Oh, okay. French cargo is landing in Beirut, in Lebanon. That's very good news. I know the people of Lebanon, of Beirut in particular, were very concerned about food. So yeah, Mama Celeste. Oh man, I used to love those when I was a kid. That was some good shit. When I was a kid, that was my favorite frozen pizza when I was a kid. Oh, makes my mouth water just thinking about it. Let's see. So, goal met. Woohoo! Now, if we can just do it 5 nights in a row, we will be on a roll, baby. It will be the first week where we did $10 per live show for a full week. That would be sick. I'd be just like, yes! Yes! Okay, so I'm going to play this clip about French cargo and being delivered to the people of Lebanon in Beirut. Because I thought it was very good news. While I heat up the bong. Excuse me while I whip this out.
Now here's a look at some of the other stories that are making headlines around the world. Germany's Foreign Minister Heiko Maas has paid a surprise visit to Libya. Berlin has been trying to broker peace in the country, which has been mired in a civil war since dictator Muammar Gaddafi was toppled in 2011. Maas called the recent lull in fighting a deceptive calm, and he warned that outside powers are still sending arms to Libya. A French cargo ship loaded with 100 tons of humanitarian aid has docked in Beirut. The supplies will go to those left homeless after a massive explosion rocked the port earlier this month. French President Emmanuel Macron has called for reforms to Lebanon's political system so the country can access international funding. The Indian Air Force deployed a military helicopter on Monday to rescue a man stranded for hours in rapidly flowing water at a flooded dam. Now, local media are reporting that the man had been stuck in the floodwaters, clinging to a fallen tree ever since the day before.
All right. I got a dab ready here. I got one ready. Hold on. Almost ready. All right, Pete wanted to see that artwork. I don't see any tear gas right now. Here we go. Hey, now we're talking. What's up, Sunflower? Thanks very much. That's very nice of you. Marigold. I love that name. Thanks, Pete. And the artwork is by Pete, our buddy Drunk Pete from Rhode Island. Is that the artwork from Pete? That's the artwork from Pete? Nice. The artwork from Pete. That's looking good, Pete. That looks really good. Thank you very much, Marigold. Thank you very much, Pete. That's really cool, man. Thanks, Sunflower. Cute. That's a cute pic. Is that your doggy? Is that your doggy? There's my beautiful baby. There's my beautiful baby. Hi, my beautiful baby. You're my beautiful baby. Hey. Are you my beautiful baby? Who's my beautiful baby? Huh? Who? You wanna go for walkie? Do you? We should go for walkie, huh? We should. We'll try and make that happen, buddy. We'll try and get that done. Alright, you guys. Let's see. What else do we got here? French cargo. I am so glad to see that. Again, this is very important to the people of Lebanon, and in particular the people of Beirut. They are very concerned. You know that they're not going to be recognized for what happened, and the people in Lebanon are just beautiful, good people. You know, who have contributed incredibly to America and American history, and that's, I think, also to France. That's why the French are kind of taking the lead on aid there. But I'd really like to see a couple more countries stepping up and delivering some big old cargo ships for sure. So, you know, but I'm glad to see that today. That was a very good, profound thing. Okay, so let's see. What do we got here now? We have one more video of some guys trying to steal an ATM machine. Which, you know what I don't understand is why they don't show the video. Because you know that there's video on the, there's like video on the fucking cash machine, right? There's video cameras documenting everything that happens to that cash machine, and yet they don't show, they just show the damaged cash machine. Why wouldn't you show strange, weird, odd, peculiar, some might say, right?
Right now, 2 people are in jail and 1 officer is recovering after an attempted ATM heist in Burien. Police tell us they caught 2 men using crowbars to steal an ATM at the Bank of America off Southwest 152nd Street early this morning. The men sped off in a car moments after officers arrived, leading police on a chase that ended after officers used spike strips at the interchange between Highway 167 and 518. The driver eventually collided with 2 police cruisers before he and his passenger were arrested. We're told 1 officer did suffer a leg injury.
Let's see. Okay, so I am not sure where they are. They're in Portland. I think they're back around the police union, it looks like. It's not the federal building. I think that's the police union building. I don't think it's the federal building. I mean, it's not the federal building. They're not around the federal building. Right now, these cameras, anyways, particular streams. Let's see, I have one more video about the importance of cannabis. And I haven't played that for you yet today, so I'll go ahead and give that to you now because you're not eating enough marijuana. How many fucking times do I have to tell you people? You're not eating enough cannabis. Okay? Trust me.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am? You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
I just love how much she's enjoying that juice box, man. I gotta tell you, again and again. That's all my videos. We're gonna take it. We're gonna keep an eye on this here for a minute. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. We saw them light up a couple of tear gas canisters. I believe it looked like 2. It might have only been 1. It might have been 3. I'm not positive. We saw them light those up just a moment ago during Michelle's telephone call. But it looks like things are calmed down a little bit here. It's not like the protesters are setting fire to the 7-Eleven, you know, or the Quickie Mart or whatever it is that they're there, right? That's not what's happening. They're fucking, they're just blocking the street. They're owning the street. Whose street? It's that simple. And the reason this has to be explained to the police is because the police can be shut down. And that's been explained to them too. I mean, look what happened in Seattle, right? They got shut down. They got kicked the fuck out. Okay? And you know, and they're going to be continued to kick the fuck out in Seattle if the city council follows through on their promises. So, you know, we can do better. This is the thing that I keep saying over and over again. Way before the COVID-19 happened, right? I said, the pillars of our community, all of our communities, you know, the police, the politicians, the medical community, the religious community, all the pillars there, you know, they're just completely full of shit. I told this way before the COVID. You know, and that we can do better. We can do better. And if we can't do better, then it's a pretty sad state of affairs for America in the 21st century. Then, you know, people with mental health issues are 17 times more likely to be killed by police. If you have an untreated mental health issue, 17 times more likely to be killed by police. You know? I mean, think about me having to deal with a cop. Stop telling me what to do! Stop telling me what to do! I don't tell me what to do. Stop telling me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Stop telling me what to do. That is art inspired by me. Stop telling me what to do. By our buddy Drunk Pete. So take that. And that's one of the things, one of the gentlemen earlier was talking about all the work that I've done and all the people that I've reached and eyes that I've opened and such. In my own completely unique fashion and style and flair. So, you know, people who want to use your little fucking weirdo words that mean that I'm copying other people are just completely full of shit. Because I don't see nobody else on YouTube taking random phone calls from whoever wants to call. So you know. Or Twitch or anywhere else. I mean, some people take phone calls, but, you know. It's pretty rare. And I've been doing this so long on my own way. But, dang it, I got sidetracked there, what I was going to say. Anyways, you know, I love doing this, but it's mostly because of you. It's the whole reason, in fact, was always because about you guys. It wasn't about, you know, left or right. Those things are stupid. Those things are just used to divide us. And it would be so much easier for me to make money if I was just preaching to the left or preaching to the right. You know, if I was just basically corralling sheep, right? And saying what the sheep love to hear. You know, their lovely lullabies that the sheep love. It would be simple. I'd be making so much money. But, you know, fuck sheep. Right? Sheep go to heaven. Goats go to hell. Well, I gotta tell you, man, if there's just a bunch of sheep in heaven, what's the point? Right? I'm not gonna fit in well. So my bet is that's not the way it works. So you all know. God didn't give you ultimate freedom on this planet. Upright walking, big brain, top of the food chain. God didn't do that so that you could be a sheep. So you know. No matter what any fucking stupid book is telling you, no matter what any religious leaders are telling you about being good sheep shepherd through the valley of the shadow of death, there is no way an all-knowing, you know, omnipotent being, all-powerful, all-knowing being, give you basically everything you need to make happen anything you want on this planet that you can imagine so that you could be sheep. And anyone who tries to get you to believe that, they don't really love God. They love having power over you. And the more sheep-like you are, the easier it is for them to have power over you. Don't forget. Again, this is the land of the land of the free and the home of the brave. These people in the streets are the brave, mentioned in that sentence, in that phrase. So, if anybody's wondering, I'm out of videos, and I will give you 60 seconds to call. Otherwise, I'm gonna go get some food, because I like food. And if I don't have food after all these bong hits, I go a little something something. All bong hits and no food makes Mike go something something. Alright, I warned you. We're on countdown now. There does seem to be people. Is that people amassing? Looks like people amassing. Are the police advancing? No, no police. That's not police, right? No. Okay, good. Police are not advancing. Yeah. This is going to be this way forever until the police can admit that there is a problem and that the people have a reason for being in the street. Because right now, the police want to act as if the people are the problem. And it's so sad that anyone would stand on the police state side, because that's how the police state is always going to act, as if the people are the problem. And they're going to lie to you. And we all know it. And we all know that if we just stand together, we have all the power. The people in Portland, they have all the power. You go ahead and you do anything to them, cops. You cops do anything to these people on the streets right now. And the entire city will go into the streets tomorrow. That's where it's at. And it's been shown again and again. So, All right, you guys, thanks so much for tuning in. We do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. I am a man of my word, which means we will be back tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. Thanks so much to the callers. Thanks so much to the people who donated. It's very, very nice of you. And thank you for tuning in. I hope we see you again soon. And remember, one of these days, this war is going to end. Stay cool till then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com